Chapter 753. The Cloud Sea King returns at this moment, in the distant Saint Race. The Saint Race was under the sea. Because the race's flame power was very hot and crazy, it would cause a fire disaster on the outside. Only in the water could they prevent the fire disaster from erupting. Patriarch, it's not good. In a rippling valley, a guard rushed in anxiously. A middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged in the valley. There was a layer of spirit chi on the surface of his body, blocking the seawater. Didn't I ask you to go to the Snake Swamp country to inform the Snake King? Why did you come back so quickly? The middle-aged man opened his eyes, and golden flames rippled. He was the current patriarch of the Saint Race, Shang Feiyun. Lin Ling went to the Snake Swamp country alone and killed the Snake King. The Snake Swamp country has already submitted to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The guard hesitated for a moment and finally said anxiously, "Boom!" A terrifying flame soared into the sky, evaporating a large amount of seawater. Shang Feiyun stood up angrily. Lin Ling, good move. He had only been back for a day, and he immediately broke his right arm and killed the Snake King. This action could be considered as a thunderbolt. He destroyed the Snake Swamp country alone. When he went to the Snake Swamp country to subdue it, he mobilized more than half of the Saint Race's experts and spent 3 days. Lin Ling only used 1 day. Lin Ling's wings are finally full. Ha! Shang Feiyun said with an ugly expression. The current Lin Ling gave him a lot of pressure. Soon Lin Ling would arrive at the Saint Race. At that time, he would have to face Lin Ling's fury. If it was before, he would have the confidence to face Lin Ling. However, he was a little worried now. After Lin Ling returned, he killed 2 of the Snake Swamp country's experts with lightning speed. Why fear him? If he dares to come, he will die. Ha! At this moment, a faint and hoarse voice sounded behind Shang Feiyun, causing him to tremble. He quickly bowed respectfully. Shang Feiyun greets young Master Duan. A voice sounded out once more. A young man in luxurious robes walked over. His face was indifferent and his right hand was wrapped in gauze. A powerful aura bloomed from his body. He was from the Justice Duan family that was assisting the saints this time. Moreover, he was an old acquaintance of Lin Ling's. Duan Tiangang. At this moment, Duan Tiangong's eyes were filled with resentment. After knowing that Lin Ling was from the Cloud Domain and had appeared in the Cloud Domain, he had volunteered and brought a large number of experts with him. His purpose was to take revenge. In this trip to the ancient tomb, he was supposed to be the one with the greatest harvest. His future should have been meteoric, soaring to the heavens. However, Lin Ling's rise was like a dark horse, stealing away all his pride. Not only did Lin Ling become the one with the greatest harvest, he even crippled him. Fortunately, the Justice Duan family has been passed down since ancient times, and the elders of the family spent a lot of resources to help him stand up again. Lin Ling, this time you will stay in the realm of clouds forever. Duan Tiangang said coldly. His right hand wriggled slightly like a demonic beast's claw. A corner of the gauze was revealed, and it made Shang Feiyun's heart tremble. He seemed to see the scales of a qilin. Get someone to invite Lin Ling to the Saint Race for a meeting. Duan Tiangang left these words and disappeared from the valley. Shang Feiyun's eyes narrowed, and then he nodded heavily. Lin Ling was terrifying indeed, and he was extremely fearful. However, Lin Ling had offended the Justice Duan family, and that was enough for Lin Ling to die. The Justice Duan family, one of the 5 great ancient kingdoms, was like a divine palace to him. Get the Cloud Sea King to send a letter of challenge. Shang Feiyun finally said coldly. Oh, what? The Serpentine Swamp Kingdom has submitted? At this moment, voices of shock were rising and falling in the streets of Cloud Sea City. Today, the Serpentine Swamp Kingdom had sent someone to see Yunishuan and personally submitted to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. This news was too shocking. After all, just a few days ago, the Serpentine Swamp Kingdom was the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's greatest enemy. Now this was a 180-degree change. Lin Ling went to the Serpentine Swamp Kingdom yesterday and killed the Serpentine King by himself. Who would dare to refuse to submit now? More news came out from the streets, which made the crowd even more excited. He was indeed the legend of their Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He only used 1 day to subdue the Serpentine Swamp Kingdom, and he went there alone. Such pride and glory would definitely alarm the Serpentine Swamp Kingdom. Unfortunately, none of them went to the Serpentine Swamp Kingdom and missed that glorious scene. Right now, in the Imperial Palace of Cloud Sea City, everyone was looking at Lin Ling with shock. They were still surprised by Lin Ling's actions. Even Patriarch Tai Yen, who knew beforehand that Lin Ling was going to the Serpentine Swamp Kingdom, was surprised as well. He didn't expect Lin Ling to really do it. Right at this moment, in the sky above Cloud Sea City, the rolling clouds parted. A figure stepped on the clouds and arrived. He was wearing a golden dragon robe and had a dignified expression like the Emperor of the 9 heavens. Finally, he stopped in the sky above Cloud Sea City and looked down at the living beings below. This emperor has returned. Is Yixuan here? Emperor! A voice that sounded like heaven's might echoed, causing many martial artists' hearts to tremble. This person was definitely a king spirit realm existence because they could feel that the person in the sky was emitting the aura presence of the innate king physique, which made them feel like prostrating themselves in worship. Who was that person? Many people looked up while some of the older generation martial artists narrowed their eyes. An ancient and terrifying name appeared in their hearts: the Cloud Sea King. The Cloud Sea King, the former #1 monarch of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, had returned. At this moment, Cloud Sea City and even the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were in an uproar. Countless people appeared in the plaza in front of the Imperial Palace with heavy hearts. To the martial artists of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the Cloud Sea King was like the sky in their hearts. When many martial artists were young, they were instilled with the idea to live by martial arts and assist the 9 heavens emperor in the future. The Cloud Sea King. Now that they saw the true body of the Cloud Sea King, they were in awe. On the giant plaza, Patriarch Tai Yen and the others appeared one after another. Lin Ling was among them as well. He frowned as he looked at the sky. This wasn't the first time he saw the Cloud Sea King. When he was fighting for the treasures left behind by the Cloud Sea King, he saw the shadow of the Cloud Sea King. At that time, the Cloud Sea King represented the heavens and asked him to kneel. At that time, he was still very insignificant and wasn't a match for the Cloud Sea King, but he still chose not to kneel. Today, he finally saw this former monarch. Kneel! In the sky, the voice with heavenly prowess echoed again, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Many people were afraid of the emperor's prowess and gradually knelt down. However, the younger generation of martial artists gritted their teeth and refused to kneel. When they were growing up, the Cloud Sea King had already disappeared. Hence, they weren't so respectful towards the Cloud Sea King. Seeing this emperor is like seeing the heavens. How can you ants not kneel? In the sky, the man in the dragon robe yelled out again. He frowned as he hadn't returned for many years. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom was still the same, but the people had changed. However, these citizens didn't seem to revere him anymore, which infuriated him. Emperor Father, you haven't returned for many years. Are you going to suppress everyone when you return today? Right at this moment, an unresigned voice echoed. Countless people looked over and saw that it was the current Cloud Sea King, Yixuan. Oh. Chapter 754. Declaring war. Yixuan, you have grown up. You actually don't kneel in front of King Father. King. In the sky, King Yunhai looked at Yixuan and spoke coldly. In fact, he wanted to leave the throne for the crown prince. Hence, before he left, he gave the crown prince many advantages. He didn't expect his second son to go against his wishes and seize the throne. Did I say I would give you the throne? King Yunhai spoke coldly again. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom was created by me. If I can create it, I can naturally take it back. That includes you, Yixuan. Kneel. Kneel. On the ground, Yixuan's face was a little pale. He couldn't resist his king father's prowess. When he wanted to kneel, there was a voice in his heart that stopped him. You don't have to kneel, King. At this moment, a majestic voice echoed in the plaza. Countless people looked over and saw that the speaker was Lin Ling. For some reason, after Lin Ling spoke, everyone felt a little more confident and didn't revere the former king as much. You are Lin Ling? The person who bewitched me to become King Yunhai and killed the Empress Dowager and my crown prince? In the sky, King Yunhai looked coldly at Lin Ling. He was filled with majesty. His brows were tightly knitted like a dragon's face was furious. Lin Ling was his citizen, but he was very arrogant and actually killed his wife and son. This ant really wanted to go against the will of the heavens. So what if I killed them? Lin Ling lifted his eyes and looked indifferently at the sky. Ancestor Tai Yin and the others were shocked. Lin Ling didn't seem to be afraid of King Yunhai. You have guts. In the sky, King Yunhai's face was even colder and more majestic. The Heaven Mystic's kingdom was created by me. I have the right to take it back. Lin Ling, you are just a commoner under my feet. The majestic heavenly prowess surged out again, causing the clouds to roll. It was an innate royal aura. Not every martial artist had the royal aura. No matter how strong they were, they might not be able to have such a noble temperament. Only those who were born to be kings could have it. Royal aura was also a kind of power that could make people want to bow down in worship and retreat without fighting. Cloud Sea King. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up slightly, and that disdainful smile of his deepened. He didn't expect that the first thing King Yunhai did upon his return was to display his prowess, and wanted to intimidate the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. He even wanted Yunishwan and Lin Ling to kneel and proclaim themselves as king. However, did King Yunhai have the qualifications? Back then, when the Heaven Mystic's kingdom was in chaos, there were beacons everywhere, and the citizens were in a panic. Where were you, King Yunhai? Lin Ling spoke coldly. His voice wasn't loud, but his prowess wasn't any weaker than King Yunhai's. Everyone's eyes flickered, and they didn't revere the ancient King Yunhai anymore. Lin Ling was right. The Heaven Mystic's kingdom was in chaos, and the number one monarch had disappeared. What qualifications did King Yunhai have to speak? On the other hand, it was Lin Ling who set the Heaven Mystic's kingdom in chaos and saved the citizens from the fire and water. Everyone would remember this favor in their hearts. Right now, the Heaven Mystic's kingdom is in chaos again. Where are you, King Yunhai? Lin Ling yelled out again, causing the clouds in the sky to rumble. King Yunhai's eyes congealed. Lin Ling was reprimanding him, the ancient emperor. You said that the Heaven Mystic's kingdom was created by you, and so you have the qualifications to take it back. However, can you take it back? Do you have the strength to take it back? Ask everyone if they agree or not. Lin Ling took a step forward, and that powerful aura made it difficult for King Yunhai to breathe. It was as though the person beneath his feet wasn't a commoner but an emperor who was above him. King Yunhai wanted to be everyone's emperor once he returned. Would everyone agree? Lin Ling, our king is Lin Ling. Lin Ling is the king of the cloud region. In the plaza, in the streets, in the alleys, voices rang out. Combined together, it was like the thunder from the 9 heavens. It was as though heaven and earth were shaking. King Yunhai's face turned even paler. Everyone supported Lin Ling. They only remembered Lin Ling because when everyone's lives were in danger, it was the young man who saved them. The young man gave them a stable home, so they believed in Lin Ling. Swish, swish, swish. Those who were kneeling before stood up one by one. They looked fearlessly at King Yunhai in the sky. At this moment, the prestige of the 9 heavens emperor disappeared. All of this meant that no one agreed. You are all courting death. King Yunhai's eyes widened. This was a great humiliation to him. He was the ancient emperor of the past. Today no one gave him any face. No one feared him. King Father, you have gone too far. You have lost the hearts of the people. You are no longer King Yunhai. At this moment, Yunishwan's firm voice rang out. In the past, he would feel reverence when he saw his king father. Now he didn't. He was like everyone else. He remembered who had sacrificed for the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. That person was the true emperor of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. The king of the previous generation flaunted his seniority. It was useless. Our king is Lin Ling. As though to release the pressure in their hearts, the loud voice rang out again. It spread from Cloud Sea City to every city, town, and village in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. At this moment, the Heaven Mystic's kingdom was mighty. Everyone gave Lin Ling the title of king. At this moment, everyone in the Fire Ancient clan was excited. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so loved. When the king of the previous generation appeared, everyone supported Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was also extremely surprised. That mighty voice moved his heart, and his eyes became a little moist. He even saw a 3-year-old child in the distance. He was also calling his name, supporting and believing in him. In his previous life, Lin Ling was just an ordinary person. In this life, he didn't expect to be respected by so many people. If you all go against my will, it is equivalent to going against the will of the heavens. You all will die. I will see how you regret it. In the sky, King Yunhai was so angry that his entire body was trembling. His face was ashen. However, no one cared about his anger. Lin Ling, I am here to issue a challenge on behalf of the Saint clan. Accept it. Accept. King Yunhai didn't forget his mission. He then sent a letter to Lin Ling. Lin Ling received it and opened it. Flames appeared in his right hand and burned the letter. The letter only said that Lin Ling was to go to the Saint clan and fight. Yunhai monarch sneered. Ants will always be ants. You have never left the cloud domain, so you don't know how strong the outside world is. You also don't know how terrifying the 5 ancient nations are. You have already provoked them, so the result is obvious. If you regret it in the future, I won't save you anymore. Take care of yourselves. His voice made everyone's face turn serious. Was the Saint clan going to make a move? The 5 great ancient nations seemed to be a very terrifying existence. Wait. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice echoed out, causing King Cloud Sea to frown. He looked at Lin Ling with dissatisfaction and lightly said, "What else do you want? If you want to beg for mercy, then I'm already angry. I won't speak up for you in front of the saints. I just want to ask you, are you still King Yunhai?" Chapter 755. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. A stray dog. Haha, you think of me, King Yunhai, when you are in danger. Unfortunately, it is too late. Even if you still think of me as King Yunhai, I will not save you. King Yunhai laughed. He thought that Lin Ling was afraid, so he wanted him to be the middleman to plead with the saint race. Of course, his thoughts were not wrong. After all, the 5 ancient kingdoms were huge forces that even the upper 3 regions feared, let alone the tiny cloud region. Hence, it was normal for Lin Ling to be afraid. However, was Lin Ling an ordinary person? So you are not King Yunhai? Yes. Lin Ling nodded. However, you really don't have the qualifications to be King Cloud Sea. After all, you're a proud king, and yet you've become a messenger, and a lackey for the saint race. Heh. How shameful. Let me ask you, how much did the saint race benefit from you being a lackey and a messenger? How many times did you wag your tail? Yes. You. Yes. King Yunhai's pupils constricted. He thought that Lin Ling was going to beg for mercy, but who knew that Lin Ling was mocking him? Messenger? Haha, this is the King Yunhai who came swaggering? Yes. The crowd burst out in laughter, and even Yunishwan was mocking at this moment. His king father was very disgraced. Right now, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was facing a calamity, but his king father didn't fight alongside the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and was on the enemy's side instead. Furthermore, he was even revealing a gloating smile. Not to mention everyone else, even Yunishwan did not recognize King Yunhai. The funny thing was that his king father showed a high and mighty face when he came. Ugly. You. Yes. This time, not only did he lose his dignity, but he was also being mocked. King Yunhai's face was ashen. He finally snorted. Soon you will not be able to laugh. Yes. Finishing his words, he strode away. He wanted to see if these ants could still laugh when the Saint Race's army came. You are no longer King Yunhai. This means that you are not from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. You are from the Saint Race. Did I say you could leave? At this moment, a cold voice sounded from the ground. An extremely hot flame aura erupted, transforming into an ancient vermilion bird that rushed towards King Yunhai. King Yunhai's face paled. He was only at the late stage of the King Spirit Realm, but this aura was at the Emperor Spirit Realm. He was the king of the Cloud Sea in the past, and he was proud of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Could he be proud in front of Lin Ling? He was no longer King Cloud Sea, but a lackey of the saints, a villain who took pleasure in other people's misfortune. Lin Ling naturally wouldn't treat him as King Cloud Sea, but as a member of the saints. Moreover, he was a member of the saints who couldn't see through himself. Can't you see yourself clearly? How dare you be so proud of coming to Linling's territory? He was courting death. Boom! Linling didn't kill King Cloud Sea. Instead, he used his aura to make King Cloud Sea fall from the sky. This was extremely humiliating. Linling stepped forward until he was in front of King Yun Hai. He stepped on him and said, "Why are you acting all high and mighty? You're nothing but a lackey of the sacred race. How dare you think you can leave so arrogantly?" Stomp! With one stomp, Linling stomped King Cloud Sea to the ground. King Cloud Sea's expression was extremely ugly. In front of his citizens, he was reduced to a stray dog. In the world of martial Tao, the strong are respected. Can't you see that I am stronger than you? What a pathetic King Cloud Sea. He was so noble that he couldn't see through himself. Stomp! Linling said indifferently. His voice was filled with mockery. King Cloud Sea tried to struggle a few times, but he failed every time. He was firmly stepped on by Linling. King Cloud Sea had always thought of himself as the emperor of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Hence, he had an innate sense of superiority. However, he didn't know that this sense of superiority was laughable. Being arrogant and feeling superior in front of a martial artist who was stronger than him was the same as courting death. In the world of martial Tao, the strong were respected. If someone was stronger than you, it didn't matter if you were the emperor or not. Stray dog! Stomp! The crowd looked coldly at King Cloud Sea and shouted angrily, "Get lost! Get lost!" Linling kicked King Cloud Sea away. King Cloud Sea was covered in mud. He was so angry that his face turned red. Just as he was about to say something, Linling's cold voice sounded. "You should thank Yunishwan that I didn't kill you. Otherwise, with your personality as a lackey, you wouldn't be able to leave here today. Of course, there is another reason. You thought that we were all going to die, so I spared your dog life. I will let you see how powerful your so-called saint race and the so-called 5 ancient kingdoms are. Get lost. Wait for me at the saint race. I will destroy the saint race. Get lost." The cold voice was filled with determination. Not only did it make King Cloud Sea's body tremble, but it also made many people's hearts tremble. Their king was going to fight the saint race for them. And he even said that he would destroy the saint race. King Linling. Get lost. The loud voice rang out again. It spread out from the imperial city. As for the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, many of them were from the Stone Saint Nation. Their king had drawn his sword and was going to fight for the Cloud region. For all of them, for the pride of the Cloud region. Linling. King. Throughout the kingdom, millions of martial artists erupted with their auras, causing the clouds in the sky to roil. The sky that was filled with smoke suddenly revealed a blue sky. On the square, a youth in a blue and white robe looked up at the sky. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His handsome face was looking up at the sky, and there was a determined smile on his face. For his home, for the people who believed in him, this battle should end. The deafening roar was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation to King Cloud Sea. After all, such glory and pride should have belonged to him. However, he was like a stray dog now. He could only leave with his tail between his legs. He didn't dare to be arrogant at all. Oh, it was nighttime. The lanterns were lit, and the city was brightly lit. The entire Cloud Sea city was bustling. Everyone was talking about the exciting event that happened during the day. Their king was going to draw his sword. The imperial palace was also bustling with noise. Only Yunishwan, the ghost marshal, and the others had serious expressions. Linling was going to fight the saint race. They had some confidence, but Linling was going to fight the Justice Duan clan of the 5 ancient kingdoms. This made them very worried. They knew that the 5 ancient kingdoms came from the upper 3 regions. They were the 5 strongest forces in the upper 3 regions. The Cloud region was only in the middle 3 regions. If not for Linling's appearance, the Cloud region would only be in the lower 3 regions. Could they win? They were all worried. At this moment in the garden, 2 figures sat together and looked at the bright moonlight in the sky. Linling, I heard from Grandpa and the others that the 5 ancient kingdoms are very powerful. I am worried about you. Qin Xiaolin leaned her head on Linling's shoulder. She liked this feeling very much. A gentle breeze blew past, causing her delicate face to reveal a happy expression. She had obtained the best man in the world, and she was very satisfied. She was even willing to die for her lover. Xiaolan, it's just the 5 ancient kingdoms. They aren't as terrifying as you think. Haha. Lin Ling brushed Qin Xiaolan's hair away from her forehead and smiled. Chapter 756. Upper Saint Region. Moreover, Yu is also from the Great Tang Empire. The heavenly concubine is currently studying at the ancient Dao Martial Palace. Once we're done here, I'll take you to the 7 Profound Martial House. Yes. Lin Ling smiled, causing Qin Xiaolan to smile happily. Far away in the garden, Ancestor Extreme Flame revealed a warm smile. He hesitated for a moment, but decided not to disturb Lin Ling and Qin Xiaolan. After all, ever since Lin Ling had returned, he had been fighting for them. Now was the time to let Lin Ling enjoy some quiet time. However, he was worried about Lin Ling's battle with the saints. In that battle, their Heaven Mystics Kingdom would not be able to help. They could only depend on Lin Ling. After nightfall, Qin Xiaolan also left. Lin Ling stood silently in the garden with a cold expression on his handsome face as he silently looked at the night sky. An intricate mother-child insect appeared in his hand. This mother-child insect was golden in color and had the dazzling word Qin emblazoned on its surface. Spirit energy poured into it, and the insect spoke in a low voice. Is there something you need? The voice was calm, but it carried an irresistible majesty. Compared to the Cloud Sea King, who had lost face today, it was like a grain of rice. Borrow people. Lin Ling faintly smiled. Sure, how many? The insect didn't hesitate and directly replied. All the family heads. Lin Ling thought for a moment, then spoke in a low voice. The other side was silent, but soon the low voice spoke again. We agree. Thank you. Lin Ling nodded. He owed this favor. No need, you are still a guest elder of the Great Qin Empire. We will tell them. The insect quickly calmed down, but it still carried an irresistible majesty. Lin Ling let out a gentle smile and carefully placed the mother-child bug into the blue ring. The mother-child bug was the noblest species. Able to transmit its message to a distance of over 10,000 li. Qin Nan had given him the mother-child bug, so he could use it to communicate with the man. And that person was the #1 emperor of the Great Qin Empire. The Great Qin Emperor. Lin Ling looked at the night sky again. His eyes were filled with coldness and madness. Family and friends were his reverse scale. If anyone dared to touch them, even if the heavens fell and the earth cracked, he would still kill them. Therefore, he wanted to fight. He wanted to fight like crazy. He wanted to let everyone know that he was Lin Ling's reverse scale. He wanted them to know the consequences of touching his family. Everyone trusted Lin Ling. Lin Ling would never disappoint them. The next day, white clouds drifted leisurely and the sun hung high in the sky. Everyone in the city had appeared. The entire city was filled with people, and their blood boiled as they gazed at their king. The king was going to fight. Wait here. When I return, this battle will be over. Lin Ling smiled and waved at the crowd. He did not ask them to go together because their opponents were not from the middle 3 regions, but from the upper 3 regions. They would not be able to resist them. Lin Ling, let's go together. However, Yunixuan's firm voice resounded. As soon as he took a step forward, the countless people behind him did the same. How could they watch as Lin Ling fought for them by himself? They wanted to fight side by side with Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. I alone am enough for this battle. All of them fell silent, but their gazes were still firm. They were too weak and could not help Lin Ling. However, they had the pride of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, so they wanted to carry that pride with Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly and didn't say anything else. He just strode forward and left. Slap. The sound of footsteps resounded behind him. Countless people followed Lin Ling and forced their way forward. Lin Ling laughed bitterly. It seemed like he could not stop them. Haha. Grandpa will fight side by side with you. Patriarch Extreme Flame laughed loudly. He was extremely excited. When he was young, he imagined that one day, he would be able to lead countless family members, friends, and even people with the same bloodline into battle. However, that was just a dream. In this lifetime, he could not do it at all. But today his grandson did it. Behind him was a dense crowd of people. There were people from the Cloud Sea City, the Stone Saint Nation, and the Flame Corps. There were millions of people, and some were even 3-year-old children. They all admired their own grandsons, causing Ancestor Extreme Flame to feel proud. Then let's go together. Lin Ling looked deeply at the excited crowd. In the end he shouted loudly. If he couldn't stop them, then he would not stop them. He waved his hand. Destroy the Saint Race. Destroy the Saint Race. A mighty voice resounded. Countless gazes looked at the young man who was not even 20 years old. They were excited. Under the sunlight, the young man revealed a confident smile. It was exceptionally brilliant. His blue and white robe was like the clouds in the sky. Rumble. After that, the army followed Lin Ling and moved forward towards the Saint region. The Saint region was the core of the Cloud region's 3 ancient nations. It was also the oldest race in the Cloud region. Today, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's army had arrived. This was the first time in 10,000 years that such a thing had happened in the Cloud region. Some martial artists from the Snake Swamp Nation and the Stone Saint Nation gasped. Under Lin Ling's lead, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was so arrogant. They actually killed their way into the Saint region. This battle was a battle for survival, a battle for honor, and a battle for revenge. Lin Ling killed Shang Fifan, and the Saint race wanted to kill Lin Ling. The Saint race killed the Flame Corps and a large number of people from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Thus Lin Ling also wanted to take revenge on the Saint race. They had reached a point where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Lin Ling really came. In the Saint region, there was a trace of excitement in the hearts of the Saint race. Lin Ling was very powerful. Even their noble Saint race bloodline didn't dare to underestimate him. However, the Saint race now had the support of the even more ancient Duan clan. If Lin Ling dared to come, he wouldn't be able to go back. How should we entertain him? Duan Tiangang revealed a cruel smile. He knew that Lin Ling would definitely come. He was too familiar with Lin Ling's temperament. This youth dared to fight for his family. Apart from Lin Ling, the others are all ants. Once Lin Ling dies, millions of others will have to be buried with him. Thus, we only need to deal with Lin Ling alone. Beside him, Shang Feiyun sneered. With the 18th young master, Duan Tiangang, there was nothing for him to fear. The 18th young master was said to be the most outstanding youth under the age of 20 in the upper 3 regions. How could Lin Ling be compared to young master Duan? It was a pity that he didn't know that Duan Tiangang was once defeated by Lin Ling, otherwise he wouldn't be so confident now. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Saint region's volcanoes seemed to know that a great battle was imminent. Thus they constantly erupted. And behind the volcanoes was a vast sea. This was where the Saint race lived. They were born fire attribute martial artists and possessed a Saint flame. Their strength was extremely formidable. Time passed quietly, and it was close to evening. A dense crowd began to appear on the horizon, and it was a grand and majestic sight. They're here. Many Saint race martial artists faintly smiled. That group of ants had arrived, and there were so many of them. It seemed that they would all die here. They were well aware that with so many people present, only Lin Ling could cause them to feel fear. But Lin Ling was only one person. Even if the Saint race used numbers, they could still drown him. Chapter 757. Probing. After a long time, a large number of people stopped in front of the volcano. The leader of the group was a youth who looked coldly ahead. The sneer on his face deepened. The Saint race was very confident. They thought that with the support of the Justice Duan family, they would die. Unfortunately, they were wrong. Shenfeng, get out here. Lin Ling shouted coldly. The 3 words, get out here, were like heavenly thunder that resounded mightily in the mountain range. In the mountain range far away, besides the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Saint race, martial artists from other regions were also attracted. They had heard of the battle between the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Saint race. They had also heard of the huge ancient kingdom behind the Saint race. Hence, they found it strange that the Heaven Mystics Kingdom dared to provoke the Saint race. Wasn't this courting death? Under the volcano there were many tables and chairs. Shang Feiyun and the others sat quietly and drank tea. However, after hearing Lin Ling's frivolous shout, Shang Feiyun's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was so arrogant. He wanted Shang Feiyun to get out here. Lin Ling, you killed my Saint race's Shang Feiyun in the past. Did you think this day would come? Shang Feiyun's cold voice rang out. One by one, the Saint race members stood up. Only Duan Tiangang was still drinking tea calmly. He wanted to kill Lin Ling to avenge his humiliation. However, Lin Ling would die too soon. He felt that it was too easy for Lin Ling. Hence, he wanted to slowly torture and kill Lin Ling. Today, Lin Ling's sneer deepened. He didn't say anything else and walked forward step by step. Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others nodded heavily at Lin Ling. They couldn't help much in this battle. After all, the other side was from the Saint race. They were stronger than them. If they really fought, they would affect Lin Ling and distract Lin Ling. Hence, they might as well support him from behind. Lin Ling thought so too. Perhaps Ancestor Extreme Flame and Old Man Huayong could help him solve some problems. However, it would be a chaotic battle. In that chaotic battle, he couldn't guarantee that his people wouldn't be hurt. Leader will definitely win. The members of the Flame Corps clenched their fists. They had blind trust. After all, when Dao Quang killed the members of the Fire Ancient clan, Lin Ling led the Flame Corps into the inner city. Today, the Saint race members of the Flame Corps. Lin Ling's Flame Corps. The Saints were stronger. They were existences that they could only look up to. Ever since the war between the Serpentine Swamp Nation and the Saints began, the Saints had rarely moved out. It was always the Serpentine Swamp Nation that besieged them. But they believed that even if the Saints were stronger, their leader would not be defeated. You're going to fight the Saint clan alone. In the distance, the martial artists from the various domains laughed, thinking that this young boy was a bit too frivolous. Of course, they weren't from the Cloud domain, so they only knew of the Saint race's reputation. They didn't know Lin Ling's name, otherwise they wouldn't have thought so. On the other side of the volcano, the Saint race members sat quietly. They had mocking smiles on their faces. Lin Ling was very strong. But to challenge the Saint race alone? That was a dream. Even if they used numbers, it would be enough to kill Lin Ling. The Saint race had 180,000 bloodlines. All of them were innately stronger than ordinary martial artists. 180,000. Even if Lin Ling killed them one by one, it would be enough to exhaust Lin Ling. What's more, Lin Ling couldn't kill them all. Moreover, in order to welcome Lin Ling's arrival, the Saint race had made a lot of preparations. The Saint race was able to stand for thousands of years. They are definitely not fools. That youth is too reckless. The martial artists from the various ancient regions nodded silently. The path from Lin Ling to the volcano might seem peaceful, but it was definitely filled with danger. The danger was so great that if the people from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were to rush over, they would be completely wiped out. After all, a battle between two armies was different from a battle between martial artists. In a battle between martial artists, the attacker had the advantage and could catch the defender off guard. In the end, the attacker would be defeated. However, it was different in a battle between two armies. If the enemy had set up a trap or set up a troop formation, the attacker would be at a disadvantage. One came from afar and wasted a lot of energy and stamina. If the other waited patiently for the enemy to jump into the trap, then the defender would naturally have the advantage. But now the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was the attacker. They were travel-worn. The Saint race was the defender. They were waiting patiently. Clan head, let's go and play with him. He killed brother Shang Tong. He should be quite strong. On the Saint race's side, dozens of young elites looked at Shang Feiyun and said. This made Shang Feiyun frown. He had set up the entire race's formation and was waiting for Lin Ling to jump in and die. Hence, he did not want these outstanding juniors to take the risk. Furthermore, he knew Lin Ling's strength very well. He could easily kill the Snake King of the Snake Swamp Kingdom. He was probably not weaker than him. He might even be at the peak of the King Spirit realm. Ask young Master Duan. Shang Feiyun finally said. He was still a little afraid of Lin Ling. Duan Tiangang was drinking tea indifferently, but he smiled and said, we can try. He also wanted to see if Lin Ling's strength had improved after the trip to the ancient tomb. All right, young Master Duan. We will not let you down. Those young elites were all in high spirits. Lin Ling was the #1 genius of the Cloud region. They had always been dissatisfied, but they also knew that Lin Ling was not weak. However, they wanted to test his strength. If they could not escape unscathed, it was not difficult. Furthermore, they had already set up the formation. With young Master Duan here, what did they have to fear? Lin Ling, where is your pride? Dozens of young elites flew towards Lin Ling, their voices as proud as thunder. They knew that today's battle would not only shake the entire cloud region, but there would also be a massive number of martial artists from the nearby regions that would come to watch. Thus they wanted to prove themselves. After all, they were the most proud geniuses of the saints. Lin Ling continued to slowly walk forwards. In the distance, dozens of figures flew towards him. Some of them had proud expressions and some of them were cautious. But he could see that they were here to test him. They were like the vanguard of a battle between two armies, testing the strength of their opponent. But testing Lin Ling? Did they have the qualifications to do so? Lin Ling disdained to speak. Instead he stared ahead. He could feel that this mountain range was a bit mysterious. It seemed that this ancient saint race still had a deep background. How arrogant. You look about the same age as me, but you actually dare to ignore me? One of the youths frowned. Lin Ling was looking ahead, not even glancing at them. This caused him to feel a thick sense of humiliation. After all, although Lin Ling was strong, they were about the same age. He should only be a bit stronger. He was confident that he could make Lin Ling lose face. Silent Ridge Flame. He was the first to attack. The Saint Flame of the Saints appeared in his right hand. He looked at Lin Ling and slammed it down. Sacred Solitude, I will help you. Although we cannot defeat Lin Ling, if we can suppress Lin Ling's arrogant momentum and make Lin Ling lose face, then the Patriarch will be happy. On the ground, the three youths threw themselves at Lin Ling. They were in close combat and were confident in their abilities. Chapter 758. 100,000 Evil Warding Sacred Fire Formation. It seems like the Saint race has set up an array here. Lin Ling still looked ahead and muttered to himself. Everyone in the distance narrowed their eyes. This youth didn't seem to notice anyone making a move on him. The people from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were rather nervous. Many of them had never seen Lin Ling's strength and didn't know if Lin Ling could withstand the combined killing intent of those geniuses. However, Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others were confident. Those geniuses from the Saint race were very proud, but no matter how proud they couldn't be compared to the geniuses from the Fire Ancient clan. Swish! Right at this moment, a sword light flashed by, and the sword intent gushed out. Those geniuses who tried to engage in close combat were instantly beheaded. In the sky, that genius who executed the golden flaming palm on Lin Ling didn't even look at him. With a flick of his finger, a blood-red vermilion bird's flame shot out, burning that golden flame and rushing towards that genius. Lin Ling found it laughable. It was fine to probe, but they should have sent stronger martial artists. What? The genius in the sky narrowed his eyes. With just one move, he knew the difference between him and Lin Ling. He hurriedly retreated, but he was still too slow. That wisp of flame instantly wrapped around him, turning him into ashes that fell from the sky. Swish! Swish! At the same time, a dazzling sword light slashed out like a meteor. Lin Ling didn't even look ahead. After a few slashes, he withdrew his sword and continued to advance. Swish! Swish! There was a reign of terror. Those geniuses who tried to probe and even tried their luck to humiliate Lin Ling were all killed. They thought that Lin Ling was stronger than them, but if they worked together, even if they couldn't humiliate Lin Ling, it shouldn't be hard for them to escape unscathed. However, the idea was good, but the reality was cruel. Were they here to probe? If they weren't qualified, they shouldn't even think about leaving. Sword intent. The martial artists from the various regions narrowed their eyes. They started to mock Lin Ling for overestimating himself, but they now realized that this youth was a little terrifying. The geniuses of the Saint race of the same age couldn't even block a single sword move. You're still so arrogant. The only one who wasn't surprised was Duan Tiangang. He already knew that Lin Ling wouldn't lose to those geniuses. He just wanted to see how much Lin Ling's strength had increased. Shang Feiyun's pupils constricted. Dozens of the proudest geniuses of the Saint clan had died just like that, never to return. Lin Ling was so ruthless. He wanted to end the proud bloodline of the Saint clan. Shang Feiyun, you're such a fool. That stray dog beside you knows my strength, but he didn't warn you. Instead, He sent the geniuses of the sacred race to their deaths just to test my strength. Haha, do you really think you found a powerful backer? Lin Ling continued to walk forward, his indifferent voice drifting out. Shang Feiyun's heart trembled as he looked at young Master Duan who was beside him. Young Master Duan was drinking tea without a care. This made Shang Feiyun grit his teeth. Young Master Duan was indeed aware of Lin Ling's strength. Don't fall into his trap of sowing discord, young Master Duan said indifferently. This made Shang Feiyun furious, but he didn't dare to say anything. At this critical moment, he still had to rely on young Master Duan. However, Lin Ling was right. He was indeed a little foolish. It seemed like Duan Tiangang had purposely sent his juniors to their deaths. Duan Tiangang, actually, I'm quite surprised that you, a defeated opponent in the past, haven't been crippled. You even dare to appear in front of me today. Lin Ling continued to walk forward. Naturally, he also saw Duan Tiangang under the volcano. Moreover, he roughly knew the purpose of Duan Tiangang's visit. He was just a little surprised. Shang Feiyun's pupils constricted again. The dignified 18th young master, Duan Tiangang, actually lost to Lin Ling? He was clearer than anyone about the terror of the 18th young master. In his opinion, how could Lin Ling compare to Duan Tiangang? He was even confident that as long as he announced Duan Tiangang's name, Lin Ling would definitely be afraid and regret coming to the sacred region. However, Lin Ling and Duan Tiangang had known each other for a long time. He suddenly felt that his understanding of Lin Ling was very shallow. What did Lin Ling do in the rainforest's sacred land? Lin Ling wasn't an ordinary genius from the cloud region who went to the rainforest's sacred land. Are you afraid? With me here, what are you afraid of? Duan Tiangang lightly said when he sensed the change in Shang Feiyun's mood. Shang Feiyun smiled and nodded. That trace of worry disappeared in the end. With the Justice Duan family as their backing, the sacred race wouldn't be in danger. Bring out your ancient array. Let's see how badly Lin Ling can block it. Duan Tiangang added. He knew that the sacred race still had some trump cards. Then he looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, today's matter isn't just about you and the sacred race. It's also about me and you. However, if you want to fight with me, you still lack the qualifications. In the past, when he lost to Lin Ling, his martial heart collapsed. But this time he seemed to be even more determined and confident. He recovered the arrogance of an 18th young master and looked down on Lin Ling. A crippled person with a shadow in his heart wants to regain some confidence in his words? However, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded from afar, causing Duan Tiangang's pupils to narrow. Lin Ling had touched his sore spot. He indeed wanted to regain some confidence. Cut the crap and face the array. Duan Tiangang coldly shouted. He was somewhat angry in his heart. However, he had made many preparations today. Lin Ling was still going to die. It was just a matter of how he died that would make him feel more satisfied. Lin Ling, you've already stepped into the array. I'll let you experience the strength of the sacred race. Moreover, it's a battle between two armies, not a battle between martial artists. So, don't blame me for bullying you with numbers. Shang Feiyun stood up. His eyes were even colder. Finally, he waved his hand. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The volcano violently shook. Above the vast earth, countless golden flames shot into the skies, turning into a golden sea of fire. That destructive aura caused many people in the distance to tremble. They could feel the heat, an incomparably scorching heat. There was even a feeling of worship. This was a sacred flame, a noble and pure flame. Xiao 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 xiao. Outside the giant flame array, a massive number of sacred race martial artists flew over. Golden flames appeared on the surface of their bodies, constantly pouring into the array. It was as if they wanted to refine Lin Ling alive. How terrifying! Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others had dignified expressions. No wonder Lin Ling didn't allow them to fight. If they were to face such a sacred flame, then they would be completely annihilated. This is the legendary 100,000 evil warding sacred flame array. In the distance, some older martial artists muttered to themselves. They had heard of this array before. It was laid down with the bloodline of the sacred race. With a talent king body as the foundation, the more people there were, the more terrifying it was. In the legends, if 100,000 people with the bloodline of the sacred race appeared, then they could burn the world. In the past, the first-generation ancestor of the sacred race was hunted down by powerhouses of the upper three realms. In the end, the entire sacred race laid down this array and burned several hundred powerhouses of the upper three realms to death. A nightmare. To the crowd, this was an ancient array formation that was like a nightmare. Of course, although this array formation was powerful, it also had its flaws. That was that there had to be a large number of people to lay down the array formation. Moreover, their bloodlines had to be the same. This led to the fact that many people knew about this array formation, but very few people were able to lay it down. Chapter 759. Saint Flame Refinement. The middle three regions may be small, but they still have some foundation. Duan Tiangong's eyes narrowed. That array formation caused even him to feel a trace of dread. The saint race truly couldn't be underestimated. His right hand clenched into a fist, his hidden trump card causing him to ponder. If he was the one in the array formation, would he be able to withstand it? Although he didn't want to admit it, he already knew that if he was in the array formation, he might not be able to withstand it. Lin Ling will be fine, right? On the vast land, millions of Heaven Mystics Kingdom martial artists clenched their fists. They couldn't help much in this battle. They could only hope that the legend of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, their king, could break through the enemy's encirclement. If their legend fell, then they would be duty-bound to follow him. In this battle, Lin Ling also shouldered the lives of hundreds of people. Linger, you won't lose. Ancestor Tai Yin once again spoke. The land in front of his eyes had already turned into a golden sea of fire. The flames roared and were wild. It seemed as though they wanted to purify and incinerate everything. Even the land began to melt like water under the wild burning of the golden flames. A fire pit that was 1,000 miles wide quietly appeared, its momentum vast and majestic. Around the fire pit were a massive number of saint bloodlines. They continuously poured the flames within their bodies into the fire pit, forming a great array formation that operated. As for the fire pit, it was naturally a forbidden land of death. Many people thought that even the legendary Emperor Spirit Realm martial artists would fall there. That youth was only 20 years old. How could he withstand it? That youth is not facing one person, but 80,000 saint race people. Someone looked at the fire pit and said. There were people walking around and the number was constantly increasing. Despicable. On the Heaven Mystics Kingdom side, everyone saw this scene and clenched their teeth. Lin Ling was fighting 80,000 people alone. If it was one-on-one, none of the 80,000 people would be Lin Ling's match. But if they worked together and used the array formation to double their strength, Lin Ling would be even harder to resist. In the endless mountain range it was silent. Only the crackling of the flames could be heard. At this moment, Lin Ling was enveloped by the extreme golden flames in the huge ancient formation, which made his expression turn colder. He was a fire attribute martial artist, but at this moment he was surrounded by flames. This was very ironic. Moreover, if these flames were not many, they would not be terrifying. However, these flames seemed to be condensed by tens of thousands of people. This was somewhat difficult to deal with. The saint race, with their fire attribute bloodline, had actually laid down such a massive ancient array formation. The Eye of Time appeared. Lin Ling swept his gaze around, wanting to see through this array formation. However, this array formation wasn't mysterious at all. Its only characteristic was that it could gather fire. In that case, the only way to break the formation was to meet force with force. Boom! The terrifying golden flames began to envelop Lin Ling. It was so holy and so hot, as if it was the king of flames. Lin Ling's pupils constricted, and the vermilion bird's flames also erupted from his body. The blood-red flames and the golden flames were evenly matched. However, even though the vermilion bird's flames were more noble, there were more golden flames. After all, it was condensed from the flames of 80,000 people. I didn't know that when the amount of flames is condensed, the power is also so terrifying. Lin Ling's eyes shone coldly. If this continued, he would definitely be injured. Shang Feiyun was indeed despicable. He knew that no one was his match in a one-on-one fight, so he asked the entire race to join forces. Ancient Flame Demon, You are the flame demon. You have a way to deal with this fire. With this thought, Lin Ling sensed his dantian and shouted. In his dantian, the sleeping ancient flame demon slowly opened its eyes. Its demonic eyes looked at Lin Ling and it seemed to be deep in thought. After a while, a low voice was heard. I want 1 million upper spiritual crystals. Proposed a deal. It seemed to want spiritual crystals to heal its injuries. Upper spiritual crystals? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. High-grade spiritual crystals were more precious than mid-grade spiritual crystals. Until now he had not seen any. Hence, he shook his head and said, it can only be 5 million mid-grade spiritual crystals. If you reject it, I will die, and you will disappear from this world. The ancient flame demon roared. It seemed to be unwilling, but it finally compromised. This fire is very weak. It can't even enter the heaven and earth spirit fire list. It only relies on the number of people. However, this fire has a time limit. Once the time is up, the fire will reach a critical point and explode. By then, this place will be in a terrible situation. What? Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. A terrifying thought appeared in his mind. The Saint race seemed to be using fire to deal with him, but in fact they were also dealing with everyone in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Once the time was up, this place would become a fiery hell. Grandfather and the others would not know about it, and would definitely be burned alive. The Saint race had planned to kill everyone from the beginning. Sheng Feiyun. Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder. If you want to break the array, it's very simple. I can teach you how to break out of this 100,000 fire array. You just have to kill those Saint race ants one by one. However, this fire is formed by 100,000 people. What's more, they are all fire elemental talents. Hence, why don't you absorb this fire and improve your king body? The ancient flame demon's cold voice echoed. This was the first time it had spoken so much to Lin Ling. In the past, it had always treated Lin Ling as an ant. However, after this period of interaction, it felt that this young man was mysterious. It could not see through him. Can I? Lin Ling asked in disbelief. Brat, why not? The ancient flame demon seemed to be angry. Lin Ling was doubting it? Alright then, let's begin. Lin Ling nodded heavily. His eyes turned even colder. Sheng Feiyun had a good plan. However, it was a pity that he had to fulfill Lin Ling's wish. Moreover, Lin Ling wanted to see how much his king body could improve with the fire of 80,000 people. Currently, his vermilion bird flame was a 6th grade king body. However, there was a conflict between flames. They would clash and fight, but they could also absorb each other. The Saint Fire wanted to refine Lin Ling, but Lin Ling could also refine the Saint Fire of 80,000 people. Sizzle! In the deep pit, the flames rolled like waves. Lin Ling withdrew the vermilion bird flame and turned himself into a huge whirlpool, madly absorbing the flames around him. Brat, there are gains and losses in this world. Although I can suppress the golden flames for you and prevent them from burning you, you will also be in danger. If you can't suppress them and tame them, you will die. The ancient flame demon's voice sounded. If I die, you will die too. Lin Ling sneered. He relaxed his body and allowed the golden flames to enter his dantian. The ancient flame demon guarded Lin Ling, preventing the golden flames from burning Lin Ling's body. It let the Saint Fire and the vermilion bird flame fight in his dantian. Rumble! Within the deep pit, the terrifying golden flames began to form a vortex. Looking from afar, it was a ghastly sight. Just think about it. A 1,000-mile-wide pit was filled with flames. Just how large and terrifying were those flames? If I was in the array, I would be turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. The crowd stared at the sea of golden flames and said in fear, "Today is the winter solstice. Happy winter solstice. Everyone must eat well." Chapter 760. Breaking out of the formation, haha, refine him. In the distance, Sheng Feiyun laughed coldly. With a wave of his hand, he ordered even more sacred tribe bloodline cultivators to the side of the formation. He wanted to use numbers to crush Lin Ling to death. Will he die? Duan Tiangong's lips curled up slightly. If Lin Ling died in the formation, it would prove that Lin Ling was nothing more than this. Rumble! At this moment, in the deep pit, Lin Ling's expression was constantly changing, revealing a savage and pained expression. His dantian had already been occupied by golden flames, as if they were about to tear his dantian apart. As for the vermilion bird Dao platform, it was also bathed in golden flames. This puny little brat's perseverance is terrifying. The ancient flame devil looked coldly at Lin Ling, surprised by his perseverance. In fact, there was one more thing it had not said before, which was that if he wanted to refine the flames of 80,000 people, the success rate was only 30%. At this moment, Lin Ling's mind was hazy. There were too many flames, filling his mind with golden flames. It even made him feel drowsy, as if he was sleeping in the flames. This was very comfortable, as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. I can't sleep. If I sleep, I'll be refined. Suddenly, Lin Ling's mind became clear. He couldn't sleep. If he slept, his grandfather and the others would all die. Moreover, his mother would never be found. Who would take his father's grave to his mother? And Yu, the heavenly concubine, and the others would definitely be very sad. I can't sleep. I can't become a wisp of sacred flame. Wake up. Lin Ling kept shouting at himself. It had not been easy for him to walk from an ordinary youth to where he was today. He had stepped through many storms and waves. How could he capsize in the gutter? Vermilion bird flame, burn for me. With a shout in his heart, Lin Ling controlled the vermilion bird Dao platform in his dantian. The vermilion bird Dao platform was already cracking, and the blood-red flames had quietly turned golden, as if about to be refined. But after hearing Lin Ling's voice, the vermilion bird Dao platform shook violently, struggling and resisting. Gradually, the golden flames near the vermilion bird Dao platform quietly turned blood-red. At the same time, the ancient flame devil's demonic eyes opened. Refining. Refining. Refining meant that all the sacred flame vermilion bird flame. Rumble. As the vortex grew larger and larger, his dantian began to change. As the golden flames neared the vermilion bird Dao platform, they began to change color. Lin Ling's innate talent, the king body, began to rapidly increase. From the 6th grade, it gradually reached the 7th grade and then the 8th grade. Let the flames fire, flame, 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 flame. Roar. Lin Ling roared in his heart. He wanted to use this fire to transform. Rumble. Roar, roar. Within the fire pit, the ocean-like golden flames roared even more fiercely. At this moment, the outside world was completely silent. Countless people stared at the flames in silence. Ling. Ancestor Extreme Flame tightly clenched his fists as if his heart was bleeding. This feeling was like watching 80,000 people bully his little grandson, and his little grandson was only one person. As his grandfather, he couldn't do anything to help. Wait, look. There's blood in the flames. Just at that moment, someone cried out in surprise. The crowd in the vast mountain range narrowed their eyes. At that moment, they realized that within the raging golden sea of fire, there was a trace of blood-red color. No, that wasn't blood, it was a blood-red flame. How is this possible? Shang Feiyun's eyes narrowed. The 18 evil warding arrays were passed down by his ancestors. It was said that they could burn gods and demons. But after such a long time, Lin Ling was still alive, and the flames were still stubborn. Go. If 80,000 won't do, 100,000 will do. We must refine Lin Ling. Shang Feiyun's face grew even colder. At his command, 20,000 sacred clan bloodlines flew to the side of the array, and the flames poured into the ancient array. How can you not die in such a raging fire? Shang Feiyun's eyes were filled with malice. Those flames could refine any emperor spirit realm martial artist. No matter how proud Lin Ling was, he had to die. Boom. But at this time, the blood-red flames in the sea of golden flames grew bigger and bigger. It was like a spark that could start a prairie fire. From the size of a finger, it gradually grew into a raging inferno. One could even vaguely see the figure of a young man in the flames. The young man was walking slowly in the sea of flames. The flames of 100,000 people could not burn Lin Ling to death. Impossible. Shang Feiyun's body trembled violently. He stood up from his chair subconsciously. He knew how terrifying those flames were. That was the sacred clan's greatest trump card. On the side, Duan Tiangong's eyes narrowed. His right hand gripped the handle of his chair, and he subconsciously clenched it until it exploded. Lin Ling is free. Yes. After a short moment of silence, hundreds of people from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom suddenly cheered. Their king was going to rise. Their king was undefeatable. Boom! As if to confirm the thoughts of Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others, the giant ancient array began to undergo earth-shaking changes. The golden flames seemed to have suffered a defeat and were forced back again and again. As for the blood-red flames, they became increasingly exuberant, turning into a giant vermilion bird that circled in the skies. The dazzling flames caused the eyes of the 100,000 sacred race experts to narrow. The vermilion bird was huge. It was 1,000 miles wide. It was as if the vermilion bird god had descended. PFFF. The 100,000 people around the formation vomited blood. Their faces were pale. They felt that their innate flames were being absorbed by the formation. The formation was suppressing a terrifying fire demon that could erupt at any time. One person against 100,000 people of the sacred clan bloodline. This person will leave a proud history in the middle three regions. Who is he? In another direction, the martial artists of the various regions seemed to have forgotten how to breathe. Only now did they realize how terrifying that young man was. The young man dared to challenge the sacred clan alone. He seemed to have his own strength. That is Lin Ling. It is said that he is the #1 genius of the Cloud region. But why is his strength so terrifying? Someone nervously said. This caused the eyes of even more martial artists to focus on him. Lin Ling. This name caused a sense of familiarity to rise in their hearts. Bang! Another violent explosion sounded out, like a bolt of divine thunder crashing down from the heavens. At this time, a deep pit burst open and a fiery red figure floated out. This figure looked down at the 100,000 Saint Bloodline warriors, as if he were looking down on the world. This dazzling figure caused all the martial artists below to stop breathing. The 100,000 evil warding arrays had been broken. Is this all you've got? An ice-cold voice echoed through the earth like thunder. Then, a monstrous killing intent filled the air. Burn me! Bang! With this voice, an even greater blood-red flame shot into the skies, turning into a constantly spinning column of flame that burned a massive number of Saint Bloodline warriors to death. This was an eye for an eye. 100,000 Saint Bloodline warriors wanted to refine Lin Ling, but not only did they not succeed, but they were also refined instead. 100,000. And they were all powerful ancient bloodlines. Even so, they couldn't suppress a single person. In the distance, the crowd was shocked. They stood rooted to the ground, unable to speak. Stop! Stop! Chapter 761. Extermination of the race. The Saint race's bloodline was noble and sacred. It was left to him by the previous clan head. He was told to protect the bloodline no matter what. But now the bloodline was being slaughtered. You're too much. Shang Feiyun turned into a golden flame and shot forward. He wanted to get close to Lin Ling and stop Lin Ling, but the flames around Lin Ling were too extreme and too hot. He couldn't get close at all. He had the noble Saint Fire bloodline. When he saw Lin Ling's flames, it was like seeing an emperor. You killed my people and I'll kill yours. Shang Feiyun's eyes were red. Since he couldn't stop Lin Ling, he would kill Lin Ling's people and make Lin Ling suffer. He wanted to see if Lin Ling was more ruthless or if he was more ruthless. Swish. He was very fast and went straight for the people from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He reached out his right hand and turned his claws into flames. The first person he wanted to kill was Patriarch Extreme Yen. This person seemed to have a deep relationship with Lin Ling. If he died, Lin Ling would definitely be in pain. He would definitely regret coming to the Saint region, and even more regret offending Shang Feiyun. Die! A voice filled with killing intent sounded, causing the people from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to frown. The Saint race was very despicable. They didn't fight before. Lin Ling fought 100,000 people alone. Now that Lin Ling was free, they would naturally fight back. However, Shang Feiyun didn't dare to face Lin Ling. Instead, he came to kill Lin Ling's family. Shang Feiyun was too despicable. If Patriarch Extreme Yen died, Lin Ling would definitely be devastated. Stop him! Yunishuan shouted. Even if everyone from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom died, Patriarch Extreme Yen couldn't die. Unfortunately, they couldn't stop Shang Feiyun with their strength. Only Old Man Huayang could fight. Of course it was just a fight. It was hard to say if they could win. However, Shang Feiyun's plan was very good. Family and friends were Lin Ling's reverse scale. He could get what he wanted. Qi. The terrifying blood-red flame tore through the void and turned into a gorgeous light in mid-air. In the blink of an eye, it had already appeared in front of Shang Feiyun. Bang! Shang Feiyun's flaming claw was stopped by a hand. Shang Feiyun's pupils constricted as he raised his head and saw a flame god standing in front of him. The flame god's long hair fluttered in the wind as if it was made of fire. The flame god's face was handsome, but there was a hint of madness and brutality in it. The flame god's red eyes were staring at Shang Feiyun with murderous intent, brutality, and a thick sense of disdain. It was Lin Ling. He had arrived. Do you think you can kill my men? Lin Ling's cold voice drifted out, causing Shang Feiyun's expression to drastically change. Only after coming into close contact with Lin Ling did he realize how terrifying Lin Ling was. So could he do it? It seemed impossible. In front of me, you are the dignified patriarch of the saints, but in reality, you are nothing more than an ant. The cold and disdainful voice drifted out again. This was a thick humiliation for Shang Feiyun. An ant had no right to speak. He could only watch the other party do whatever he wanted. This feeling of helplessness usually only appeared on Shang Feiyun's opponents, but now it appeared on him. I killed your sacred bloodline, so you killed my family and wanted to make me suffer. But, can you kill them? Lin Ling's voice drifted out again. That was a kind of confidence that he had everything under his control, causing the hearts of the people in the distance to tremble violently. Powerful strength could dominate everything, and the sacred clan had always been able to dominate everything. But now they had met their nemesis, and that nemesis was only one person. Moreover, it was a very young man. However, that man alone was enough to render the entire sacred clan helpless. Look over there. Lin Ling said coldly again. Shang Feiyun opened his mouth, and a feeling of uneasiness spread out in his heart. He turned his head to look, and suddenly his whole body trembled. He saw that on the other side of the broken array, a terrifying giant ape was slaughtering his bloodline. Over there, screams of pain and killing filled the sky. His bloodline was like ants, and their lives were worth less than human lives. Under the attack of the giant ape, they all turned into a rain of blood. One by one they died one by one. There were 100,000 people, and they died one by one. Blood flowed like a river, and countless souls were formed. Some of them resented Lin Ling, and thought that Lin Ling was cruel and merciless. Some of them blamed Shang Feiyun, and thought that Shang Feiyun had caused the sacred clan to suffer a nightmare, and that he was no longer qualified to be the patriarch. There were also people who resented the Justice Duan family. It was the Justice Duan family that had bewitched them to fight Lin Ling head-on, and made them think that Lin Ling could easily kill them. However, no matter what kind of resentment they had, it was useless. The giant ape didn't care about their regret, pain and sorrow. It would only send them one by one to hell. No! Shang Feiyun cried out in pain. This was the sacred clan's sorrow, the sacred clan's nightmare. He even saw some 15-year-old youths who used to mischievously call him grandpa in front of him, and now they were all dying in pain. Blood and killing drifted in this world. 100,000 people died one after another, causing the entire area to be in absolute silence. The crowd could only watch the massacre, watch the terrifying demonic beast slaughter, and their gazes quietly fell on the indifferent young man. At this moment, the young man was like a god of death, causing them to feel uneasy, provoking a killing god, and the entire clan would be annihilated. Open your eyes and watch carefully, they will die because of you. Kill. Lin Ling's face was incomparably cold. He dared to come here and decided to be a villain. He also remembered the Sword Elder's words to him. Don't be afraid of killing intent and kill those who should be killed. If he was afraid of killing intent, he would regret it. He would cause harm to his loved ones because of his soft-heartedness. Therefore, Lin Ling wouldn't let himself do things that he would regret. If the killing intent was too heavy, and if heaven and earth punished him, then he would bear it alone. For his loved ones, he dared to enter the 18 layers of hell. Die because of me? Lin Ling, you are too ruthless. You will be punished by heaven. Sigh. Shang Feiyun sat down powerlessly. He couldn't resist and could only watch Lin Ling kill his people. This was a punishment worse than killing him 1,000 times. The previous generation's patriarch gave the sacred clan to him, but he let the sacred clan fall and perish. He was ashamed of the previous generation's patriarch, and even more ashamed of the sacred clan's bloodline. What angered him the most was that he couldn't do anything to help, and could only watch as his clan members were killed. I am ruthless? Are you not ruthless? Sigh, Lin Ling said coldly, and looked at the endless land in front of him. Your formation has a time limit. Once the time limit is up, there will be no more life within a 10,000 li radius. Are you not ruthless? Shiver. Lin Ling actually knew. That's right, when the 100,000 evil warding formation's sacred fire reached a critical point, heaven and earth wouldn't stop this fire. And this fire would wreak havoc on the land. At that time, the sacred clan's people would hide in the sea, and all living creatures would be destroyed by the sacred fire. But now they had failed. We will die too? Shiver. In the distance, the hearts of the martial artists from various regions trembled fiercely. Shang Feiyun was indeed ruthless. Even bystanders had to die. I am too much? Shiver. Chapter 762. The sorrow of the saints. These words were like a thunderbolt from the highest heavens, causing Shang Feiyun to tremble once more. Behind Lin Ling, the members of the Flame Legion looked at the youth, their fists tightly clenched. With their leader here, their brothers who had died unjustly would all receive an explanation. This was their leader. He would never allow the Flame Legion to die in vain. However, since you say I am ruthless, then I will show you how ruthless I am. Little Flame, leave none of the 180,000 saint bloodlines alive. Merciless. Lin Ling's emotionless voice floated out once more, causing Shang Feiyun's heart to drip blood. Leave none alive? Leave none alive? No, I admit defeat. I beg for mercy. Please don't slaughter them. They are innocent. The saints cannot all die. Shang Feiyun fell to his knees in front of Lin Ling, constantly kowtowing. This time he was panic-stricken. He regretted everything. He didn't think that the final trump card of the saints wouldn't be able to kill Lin Ling. Instead, it would allow Lin Ling to become a killing god. All of this was like a dream. If he had a choice, he would have chosen to surrender as soon as possible and give up the pride of the saints. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lin Ling waved his hand. In the past, when he had wiped out the Zhang family of one of the 8 ancient clans of Cloud Sea City, he hadn't slaughtered the old or the young. But afterwards, he learned that when he was bitterly cultivating at the 7 Profound Martial House, the Zhang family's bloodline had attempted to take revenge. They had secretly killed some members of the Fire Ancient clan. Although their revenge hadn't been able to shake the Fire Ancient clan, and the remaining members of the Fire Ancient clan had been slaughtered instead. But this had taught Lin Ling that hatred could make one forget everything. They forgot how strong the enemy was, they forgot how weak they were, and they only thought of revenge. This was a firm heart of martial arts. Thus Lin Ling would never make this mistake again. He was merciful, but the enemy might not be grateful. They only remembered hatred, only thought of revenge. Thus he had to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Everything was as he had said. For his loved ones, he was willing to be the villain. He was willing to bear the cycle of karma, and he was willing to let all the resentment of the saints fall upon him. He was the spiritual pillar of the Fire Ancient clan and the Heaven Mystics kingdom. If he didn't bear this burden, then who would? Whoosh! On the other side of the volcano, the giant red ape had transformed into an ancient slaughter beast. Rivers of blood flowed through the volcano and corpses littered the ground. Howls of anguish shook the world, making it seem as if the setting sun was dyed red, as if it were mourning for the desolation of the earth. In the distance, the martial artists of the various regions had complex complexions. The deeply rooted saint race that had been passed down for thousands of years had suffered a horrifying slaughter today. Not a single person from the entire clan managed to escape. Although in the merciless world of martial arts, the extermination of a clan was not a rare thing, after seeing it with their own eyes, they still felt incomparably shocked. Heaven and earth were heartless and treated all living things like straw dogs. This was also the wisdom of this world. The people from the Heaven Mystics kingdom remained silent. They weren't that shocked because they knew that if the saint race didn't die today, they would be the ones to die. Since the saint race wasn't benevolent, they didn't need to be benevolent either. Furthermore, this was a war of revenge. There was no right or wrong, no innocence or injustice. It was just a matter of different standpoints. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Perhaps only this sentence could explain everything. No. Shang Feiyun sat down powerlessly and looked blankly at the ground in front of him. The ground had already turned blood red. The blood of the saint race flowed into the sea in the distance, causing the sea to turn blood red as well. It was an exceptionally ghastly sight. 180,000 people, not a single one was spared. Many of the corpses were incinerated by the flames. Only a berserk red-furred giant ape was roaring at the sky. It had killed so many that its fur was blood red. They're all dead. They're all dead. Shang Feiyun's voice was filled with sobs. He was the only one left in the entire saint race. How sad. The young Master Duan that you relied on is drinking tea right now. He didn't save any of the 18 people. This is the backing of your saint race. Lin Ling's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Shang Feiyun looked over and saw that at the foot of the volcano, Duan Tiangang was still drinking tea. His expression was indifferent. He didn't help or stop them. It was as if all of this had nothing to do with him. Why? Shang Feiyun muttered to himself. Because you're just a chess piece. The Duan family doesn't care about your death at all. They only care about whether I'm dead or not. Lin Ling coldly smiled. Shang Feiyun's pupils constricted. At this moment he suddenly felt that Lin Ling was even more dreamy. Lin Ling wasn't the #1 genius of the cloud domain. He wasn't just a youth that returned from the rainforest. He seemed to have many secrets that no one knew. And these secrets were huge. Wiping out the saint race was as easy as lifting a finger. What was laughable was that he thought Lin Ling was only SOSO. He thought that using the power of the entire saint race would be enough to kill Lin Ling. Watch carefully. Who is the young Master Duan that you relied on? Lin Ling coldly smiled again. With a wave of his right hand, the flame chains tied up Shang Feiyun. Lin Ling wanted to show Shang Feiyun that with Duan Tiangang behind him, the saint race could win against him. Lin Ling didn't just want Shang Feiyun to regret the death of the saint race's bloodline. He also wanted Shang Feiyun to regret his own choice. Taking a step back would allow one to have a better future. However, if Shang Feiyun didn't take that step back and still wanted to destroy Lin Ling and the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, then it wouldn't be a better future. It would be hell. On the ground, Lin Ling walked forward step by step. The crowd in the distance had a solemn expression. Today was Lin Ling's battlefield. Duan Tiangang, you've recovered your strength. Let me see what you have to be proud of. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. It was domineering, carefree, and disdainful of the world. At this moment, under the volcano, Duan Tiangong's expression was cold. He was still drinking tea. Previously, he didn't stop Lin Ling from killing the saint race because the saint race was too useless. He thought that the saint race would make things difficult for Lin Ling. However, it was useless. Not only did Lin Ling not die, but he also shocked the earth and emitted a dazzling light. As a result, Lin Ling walked towards him with a majestic aura, humiliating him. Loser, you don't dare to fight? Lin Ling shouted again. The frivolous smile on his face became even wider. Bang! Duan Tiangang crushed the teacup in his hand and took a step forward. Lin Ling, don't be too proud. I'm not the same person as before. Still the same. Loser, you're still a stray dog today. Lin Ling raised the sword in his hand and pointed it at Duan Tiangang from afar. Is that so? Then I'll show you the ancient Qilin bloodline. Duan Tiangong's lips curled into a confident smile. Although he was heavily defeated by Lin Ling last time, he knew from Prince Duan that the terrifying fire demon that Lin Ling summoned didn't belong to Lin Ling. This meant that he only needed to defeat Lin Ling. Now, his strength had doubled because the Duan clan didn't want him to be dispirited. They used up a large number of their seniors' bloodlines to reattach his terrifying arm. Chapter 763. Qilin vs. Vermilion Bird. Duan Tiangang shouted proudly. He felt like he had soared into the sky. Back then, he was only at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and was ranked 7th among the 18 young masters. 80% of those in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm were no match for him. But now he was confident that he was invincible. The invincible realm was terrifying. There were countless geniuses in the rainforest Holy Land. There were many ancient countries, disciples of Old Xian, and all kinds of bloodlines. But to be invincible in the same realm, this was one of a kind. Therefore, he was confident that his strength had increased by leaps and bounds compared to the tomb. Lin Ling was indeed strong, but he could only defeat 70% of the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. How could he be his opponent? Swish! Duan Tiangang gently tore the white cloth on his right hand. An ancient, brutal, and bloodthirsty aura spread out. Under countless shocked gazes, the arm finally appeared. It was the arm of a Qilin. It had a green Qilin armor and shimmering claws. After the white cloth was torn, it seemed like a taboo had been undone. The arm continued to expand until it reached the ground. The terrifying muscles were even thicker than Duan Tiangang's body. Duan Tiangang had transformed into a half-Qilin. Rumble! The ground shook violently. An oppressive aura spread out, making it difficult for the crowd to breathe. Just a glance was enough to make them tremble in fear. You still have confidence in yourself? Duan Tiangang's voice floated out, deep like thunder. Then he took a step forward and shot towards Lin Ling. With the Qilin arm, all martial arts are useless. I'll show you the terrifying bloodline of the Duan family. Today, if you don't reach the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, you'll stay here forever. Rumble! Rumble! Baleful aura surged in the air like an ancient Qilin pouncing towards Lin Ling ancestor Extreme Flame, and the others frowned. The bloodline of an ancient country was more mysterious and terrifying than the bloodline of a saint. Moreover, the youth seemed to be an extremely powerful genius of the Rainforest Holy Land. Could Lin Ling win? They were nervous, but there was nothing they could do. They could only pray. After all, a battle of this level wasn't something they could participate in. Dominating the world. Lin Ling's gaze turned cold. He was surprised by Duan Tiangong's Qilin arm. After all, he was well aware of Duan Tiangong's strength. He was a top genius below the age of 20. At the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, he could defeat 80% of the geniuses. However, in such a short period of time, Duan Tiangang seemed to have reached the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm and was invincible. The bloodline of an ancient kingdom was indeed very mysterious. This was the first time Lin Ling had seen such a great increase in strength in such a short period of time. However, during this period of time, it wasn't just Duan Tiangang who had increased his strength. Lin Ling had also increased his strength by quite a bit. Boom! In mid-air, the two youthful figures approached from afar. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, they collided violently. The momentum of the collision caused the entire ground to tremble. Countless people's pupils constricted. This was a battle between the top experts of the middle three regions. Moreover, they weren't experts of the older generation. Instead, they were all outstanding talents of the younger generation. The most frightening thing was that the 5 great ancient countries' geniuses had appeared. But the insignificant Cloud Domain's geniuses were still fearless and fought back with their swords. This sharp contrast made the crowd feel as if they were dreaming. When did the middle 3 regions give birth to someone who could fight against the 5 great ancient countries' geniuses? In this battle, even if Lin Ling was defeated, it was still a glorious defeat. However, how could they know that in the upper 3 regions' ancient tomb, Lin Ling from the insignificant Cloud Domain had already clashed with the top geniuses of the 5 great ancient countries. Moreover, he had returned victorious. Therefore, in Lin Ling's heart, no matter how powerful a genius background was, they were nothing more than this. Boom! Surging energy erupted once more. Soon after, a cry of surprise rang out. What kind of fire is this? Under countless shocked gazes, Duan Tiangong's invincible Qilin arm was on fire. Moreover, Lin Ling's sword had cut open the heart scales, causing blood to flow out. Shock! Everyone was shocked like a celestial being. The result of the first confrontation was beyond everyone's expectations. Even Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others widened their eyes. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong. As for Sheng Feiyun, his mouth was wide open. He wanted to see Lin Ling die at the hands of the 18th young master, but the 18th young master didn't seem to be able to shake Lin Ling. The 18th young master, to him, was a godlike existence. Could it be that Lin Ling had really reached the level of a god? Sorry, Intermediate Emperor Spirit Realm. Before I came back, I was already invincible. Break for me. Lin Ling shouted. The great sword in his hand was like thunder in the sky as it slashed down. Shua! Blood splattered everywhere. A third of the thick Qilin arm was cut off. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, causing Duan Tiangang to frantically retreat. His face was deathly pale. The shock in his heart was no less than anyone else's. According to his estimation, after obtaining the Qilin arm, Lin Ling was no longer his opponent. However, the situation was the opposite. Not only was Lin Ling not suppressed by him, but he had also easily cut off his Qilin arm. How was this possible? During this time, you are not the only one who has increased your strength. Lin Ling stepped forwards, the flames around his body becoming even more exuberant. This caused Duan Tiangong's pupils to widen. Lin Ling was too terrifying. In such a short period of time, his strength had increased once again. What level of monstrous genius was this? How could he know that in the 7 profound martial house, Lin Ling had already defeated an invincible Middle Emperor Spirit Realm proud son of heaven? Therefore, to Lin Ling, his arrogance was nothing but a joke. I don't believe this. I will definitely defeat you. I have already obtained the ancient Qilin bloodline. I will definitely kill you. Duan Tiangang constantly shook his head. Reality had given him a great blow. He had come with confidence, but this was the result? Break. With a roar, he chose to cut off his own future and give up the Qilin arm that his senior had grafted onto him. He wanted Lin Ling to die. Even if he became a cripple, he wanted Lin Ling to die here forever. Duan Tiangong's arm broke apart. After the arm fell to the ground, it seemed to come to life. It constantly wriggled, quietly forming an ancient Qilin. This Qilin opened its eyes, and an imposing aura that seemed as if all living things were nothing but dogs filled the air. It was as if it represented the true Qilin, the true bloodline. Any martial arts illusion, any unorthodox Qilin bloodline was nothing but an ant in front of this Qilin. However, this was indeed a drop of Qilin bloodline. Although a long time had passed and it had lost a great deal of its ferocious nature, it was still proud. With another roar, the world changed, and the sound spread throughout the entire cloud domain. A lightning-like figure rushed towards Lin Ling. The Qilin had moved. Bang! At the same time, Lin Ling's complexion became even more indifferent. He stretched out his left hand, and the flames of the vermilion bird crazily condensed, forming a massive vermilion bird. The hot heavenly winds caused his clothes to flutter. At this moment he was the true vermilion bird god. What a resolute youth. He didn't retreat, he chose to fight again. As the crowd saw Lin Ling stretch out his hand, they felt as if they were in a dream. At this moment, this youth had become so magnificent, as if they were witnessing a battle between ancient god beasts. Qilin against vermilion bird. Bang! Chapter 764. King Physique of Transcendence. He's crazy. Many people gasped. Lin Ling was too calm. At this moment he could be killed at any moment, but Lin Ling still didn't move. Could it be that Lin Ling was planning to fight head-on with the Qilin? Chi. At this moment, a pair of blood-red wings appeared behind Lin Ling. It was condensed from flames, but it was so real that it made people feel like they would never forget it. Along with the appearance of the wings, an extremely terrifying heat burst out. Rumble. On the ground, the flames that had been extinguished previously soared into the sky like dragons, rolling and roaring. It was incomparably terrifying. It was as if the flames were summoned by the vermilion bird. This was the appearance of the Sea of Flames. What kind of flames are those? They seemed to be even more terrifying than before. Many people's faces stiffened. They realized that Lin Ling's flames seemed to be able to increase at any time. It was incomparably mysterious. Great vermilion bird's flames. At this moment a cold voice rang out from the flames. It was filled with endless confidence and an aura that made the flames on the ground soar into the sky. Rumble. With a slap, the blood-red flames collided with the tyrannical Qilin. In mid-air, a dazzling circular flame ripple spread out crazily with the collision as the center. It was like fire like a blade. Pa! Large amounts of mountains in the surroundings were cut in half. Squat down! Many cultivators shouted crazily. This collision was too terrifying. It was hard to imagine that this was the strength of a human. Wait, look over there. After dodging the terrifying shockwave, someone pointed forward, causing even more gazes to look over. In the air, the young man was standing straight with one hand behind his back. His other hand was stretched out, and his palm was tightly gripping the Qilin's huge face. The Qilин's body was being burned by the crazy flames, and a large number of its scales had cracked open. The young man had captured the Qilin alive. The ground was silent, and everyone was even more silent. The Qilin that was condensed from the ancient Qilin's blood was caught by the young man and was being burned by the flames. Impossible! In the distance, Duan Tiangang roared. What kind of flames did Lin Ling have? How could they be so terrifying? 8 motifs true fire, vermilion birds flames. As if knowing Duan Tiangang's disbelief, a proud voice rang out in mid-air. 8 motifs true fire. This meant that it was an 8th grade king body. In the holy land of the rainforest there were very few people who had a king body. Even Duan Tiangang had only seen it 3 times, and only the top geniuses of the Justice's Duan family. Now a young man. Duan Tiangang's true king body. Shang Feiyun, you used 100,000 people to gather the flames, but in the end you gave me the 8th level monarch body. Tell me, should I not thank you? Said Lin Ling mockingly. In the distance, Shang Feiyun was stupefied. Had Lin Ling refined the flames of 100,000 people and turned them into his own? Had he obtained a supreme king body? If that was the case, then the fact that he had 100,000 bloodlines kill Lin Ling was in fact helping Lin Ling. As he thought of this, his mind went blank. Chi-chi. Under countless gazes, the Qilin was burned by the flames until it gradually turned to ashes. And in the skies only Lin Ling stood there. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he calmly looked at the distant Duan Tiangang. Ripples of flames bloomed from his body, making him seem like the king of flames. The surrounding people were afraid that they would miss something. They stared at Lin Ling. Today was indeed Lin Ling's battlefield. And in the distance, King Yunhai's face was pale. He had been watching all of this from beginning to end, but the result had surpassed his expectations. At this moment, he no longer had the bearing of an emperor, only the fear of a weak martial artist. Had the saints been defeated today? It seemed that no one could stop Lin Ling. Duan Tiangang, you ant. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing Duan Tiangang to grit his teeth. He had lost again. The 18 saints had all been annihilated. Shang Feiyun had lost his will to fight and was like an ant. Duan Tiangang had been defeated again and again. No one could stop Lin Ling's rise. Today the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had won. Sigh, Tiangang, why do you have to do this? At this moment a soft sigh rang out, causing many people's hearts to tremble. There was still someone else? From the vast sea, a tall and sturdy figure walked over step by step. He stepped on the sea as if it were flat ground. He was dressed in black armor and looked like a king from the sea. Following his footsteps, huge waves erupted from the sea. One figure after another followed him out, densely packed. At a glance, the entire sea was filled with people. The sea water evaporated under that huge aura. It was terrifying. You already have a heart demon. You lost the battle with Lin Ling. Just step down. Why do you have to cripple yourself again to win? After all, Lin Ling will die today. Sigh. The figure said softly. His voice was filled with regret. As he got closer, the first thing Lin Ling saw was that he was Prince Duan. He didn't expect that a prince from the Justice Duan family would cross mountains and seas to come to the middle 3 regions from the upper 3 regions just to kill him. Moreover, he didn't come alone. He brought a large number of experts with him. There are at least 20 experts from the middle 3 regions over there. That must be a big shot from the Justice Duan family. He actually summoned so many experts. Sigh. Below the mountains, the crowd looked at the mighty group of experts and the corners of their mouths trembled. It was terrifying. 20 experts from the middle 3 regions had come. Lin Ling couldn't escape death. No, look at the flags over there. There are people from the upper 3 regions. Sigh. Someone looked at a corner of the sea, then took a few steps back. More strong cultivators had appeared there. All of them seemed to be at the Emperor Spirit Realm. There were even many who they couldn't see through. They were like mysterious mountains that they had to look up to. A single expert was enough to destroy the middle three regions, but there were so many of them. The Justice Duan family had terrifying rallying power. It seemed that they had to kill Lin Ling today. Many people even realized that in the middle three regions' long history, this was the first time so many experts from the upper three regions had arrived. And they were all here for a single person. It had to be said that today's Saint Domain battle was one wave after another. Everyone thought that with the ancient array laid down by the 100,000 sacred race bloodline experts, Lin Ling would die without a doubt. However, Lin Ling alone swept across the world, slaughtering the sacred race. Then he fought Duan Tiangang, leaving only 2 sacred race experts left. At that time, everyone thought that Lin Ling had won. In this Saint Domain battle, Lin Ling had returned victorious. However, the previous battle was only the beginning. The true battle had just arrived. Middle three regions experts appeared, upper three regions experts appeared, and the Justice Duan family appeared. They were mighty and powerful, crushing everything. In the end, Lin Ling had lost. Did we lose? Could it be that from the very beginning our results were already set? The faces of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's people darkened. Their hearts were like dead ashes. Chapter 765. The Elder's Existence. Ling. Old ancestor Tai Yin looked at the youth that was still standing firm, and his heart ached. His grandson was standing for his family, standing for the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He was doing his best, but he still couldn't compare to those great families with deep backgrounds. With more than 20 people from the middle three regions, this was enough to destroy the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. You will all die. A soft voice floated out from Imperial Prince Duan's mouth. His eyes were ice cold. To him, these people in front of him were nothing but ants. Today he had come, and all of these ants would die. But his focus was Lin Ling, and even the Justice Duan family's focus was Lin Ling. In order to kill Lin Ling, they had called upon all the major forces to move out. Although it was troublesome, it was worth it. Lin Ling, you are a fool. Imperial Prince Duan said sarcastically as he looked at the youth that was still standing firm in front of him. Why? Lin Ling's face was still calm, and one couldn't tell if he was happy or sad. Imperial Prince Duan nodded. This Lin Ling was young and his background was ordinary, but he always gave off a calm and steady feeling. With this mentality, Lin Ling was much better than Duan Tiangang. Duan Tiangang acknowledged that Lin Ling was indeed a terrifying talent. But the more terrifying he was, the more he had to be erased. Otherwise, in the future, he would be the nightmare of the Justice Duan family. 1. You should not have offended the Justice Duan family. 2. You should not have come to the Saint race. You should have hidden in the 7 profound martial house. Violating these 2 rules is enough for you to die. Not only that, but you were too arrogant. You thought you could win alone, so you died. Imperial Prince Duan lightly said. His lips curved up in a smile. It was as if he could already see the result of this generation's genius, Lin Ling, condensing his Saint Domain. Lin Ling was silent. Imperial Prince Duan sighed and said, "Don't you have anything to say?" Lin Ling was still silent. Many people guessed that Lin Ling was helpless. No matter how outstanding his talent was, how could he compare to the powerhouses of the previous generation? Kill him, kill him. Far away, Shang Feiyun kept roaring. He even shouted hysterically. He could finally avenge the 100,000 lives of his Saint clan. Lin Ling was too complacent. What he didn't know was that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. How could he, Lin Ling, be a match for the Justice Duan family? For a time, everyone had their own thoughts. Lin Ling continued to stare silently at Imperial Prince Duan, his gaze landing on the mighty martial artists behind Imperial Prince Duan. I really don't have anything to say. If there is anything, it would be that I feel that those people are very pitiful. Oh. Imperial Prince Duan raised his eyebrows and the smile on his face deepened. What do you mean? He was not in a hurry to kill Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was already doomed. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say much. He slowly put his sword back on his back. His calm demeanor stunned Prince Duan. Then he smiled, thinking that Lin Ling had given up on resisting and was doing the last thing in his life. Imperial Prince Duan, you are very foolish. However, Lin Ling said softly after putting his sword back on his back. Why? Imperial Prince Duan suddenly found it funny. First, I didn't offend the Justice Duan family. It was the Justice Duan family who came to provoke me. Second, I came to the Saint clan knowing that the Justice Duan family was also here. How could I not be prepared? Lin Ling said calmly. Imperial Prince Duan's eyes narrowed, but he quickly smiled. I knew you would be prepared, but it was not within my consideration. After all, no matter how prepared you are, it is useless. Is that so? Lin Ling nodded and looked at the people behind Imperial Prince Duan. You are very pitiful. You came to die for the Justice Duan family. Come out, my battle is over. It is your turn. Come out? The battle was over? The crowd was puzzled. Was Lin Ling not going to fight? Moreover, who was he going to ask to come out? Was he going to ask the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to fight? Upper 3 Regions, Great Qin Empire, 12th Family Head Qin Nan has arrived. Great Qin Empire. 8th Family Head Qin Shao has arrived. Great Qin Empire. 21st Family Head Qin Empire has arrived. Great Qin Empire. 24th Family Head Qin Empire has arrived. At that moment, loud shouts could be heard from afar. The wind and clouds were billowing, and a large number of people were stepping on the clouds. Their auras were even more terrifying. They were all cultivators from the upper 3 regions. The cultivators behind Imperial Prince Duan narrowed their eyes, and even some of the cultivators who had cold smiles on their faces froze in place at that moment. Great Qin Empire. 24th Family Head Qin Empire has arrived. In the upper 3 regions, who didn't know how terrifying the 24th Family Head Qin Empire was? They were the pillars of the Great Qin Empire, and were existences that no one in the upper 3 regions dared to provoke. Upper 3 regions, they are all martial artists from the upper 3 regions? In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, every martial artist's heart trembled. Their legend had brought martial artists from the upper 3 regions, and they were from the Great Qin Empire of the 5 great ancient kingdoms. One must know that Lin Ling was only a martial artist from the middle 3 regions, but he had summoned the people of the Great Qin Empire. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought it was a dream. Family head? What is a family head? Grandmaster Tai Yan's body trembled with excitement. He knew that the people who had come were very strong, but what was a family head of the Great Qin Empire? I've read the ancient records. A family head status is like the ruler of a region in the upper 3 regions. Also, the Great Qin Empire seems to only have 24 family heads. But now they have all come for Lin Ling. Yunishuan, who had read many books, couldn't help but speak with excitement. Those legendary figures had all been summoned by Lin Ling. The legend of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Lin Ling, was indeed worthy of his reputation. How is it possible? Who is he? Sheng Feiyun was in a daze. The glimmer of hope that he had just seen disappeared once again. He suddenly had a feeling that Lin Ling's mysteriousness came from his identity. Lin Ling's identity was much more noble than his own. The only mistake he had made with Lin Ling was that he didn't know what shocking things Lin Ling had done in the rainforest. Of course, it wasn't just him. Everyone was curious. Lin Ling was just an ordinary youth. If he could summon 24 family heads, then what was his identity? The 24 family heads of the Great Qin Empire are under the orders of the Great Qin Emperor to go to the Cloud region to assist the Great Qin Empire's guest elder, Lin Ling. A proud voice sounded from the ground. Qin Nan smiled as he looked at Lin Ling in front of him and nodded. This time, the Great Qin Emperor had personally issued the order, and it was an urgent order. This showed how important Lin Ling was to the Great Qin Emperor. Therefore, within half a day, the 24 family heads of the Great Qin Empire, no matter where they were, no matter what they were doing, immediately put down what they were doing and rushed to the Cloud region. Those who disobeyed would be killed immediately. They didn't dare to delay an urgent order from the Great Qin Empire, so they hurried over. And now they didn't seem to be too late. Brother Qin Nan, thank you. Lin Ling walked step by step towards the Great Qin Empire. Countless pairs of eyes stared at his proud figure. The doubts in their hearts were finally resolved. Elder. Lin Ling was actually an elder of the Great Qin Empire. Chapter 766. End everything, Prince Duan. I told you that you are a fool. Lin Ling walked towards the Great Qin Empire's side. He didn't even look at Prince Duan. Everything was as he said. His battle was over. Next, it was the Great Qin Empire's turn. Lin Ling. Prince Duan's expression was extremely ugly. The 24 family heads had arrived, and they weren't any weaker than him. They were all in the Holy Spirit realm. He had lost this battle. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't consider the possibility of the Great Qin Empire helping Lin Ling. However, it was because of this that he brought so many powerful cultivators. What surprised him was that Lin Ling didn't bring just one family head, but 24 family heads. The Great Qin Empire seemed to have mobilized all the powerful cultivators of the Great Qin Empire for Lin Ling. This was the reason why he had lost. He had underestimated Lin Ling's importance in the Great Qin Empire's heart. Don't you think that your arrogance was laughable? In the distance, Lin Ling's mocking voice sounded again. Prince Duan's body trembled. He thought back to everything and felt that it was laughable. He thought that he was the Oriole and could catch the mantis. However, he was still the mantis. Lin Ling was the Oriole. At that time, he was actually proud in front of Lin Ling and asked Lin Ling if he had anything to say. Lin Ling was very calm and had a mocking look on his face. Now he understood what Lin Ling was mocking. I told you that you were pitiful. Now you know where the pity is. Lin Ling's voice sounded again. The powerful cultivators behind Prince Duan had bitter expressions on their faces. They knew where the pity was. They had worked so hard for the Justice Duan family, and now they were all going to die here. It was very sad. They were still thinking about how to make a name for themselves. In the next moment they were going to die. Lin Ling's face was incomparably cold. He slowly raised his hand and looked at Prince Duan. He knew that Prince Duan was very strong, but there were many people on his side who were stronger than Prince Duan. Prince Duan, I'll ask you one last time. Do you have anything to say? This was what Prince Duan asked Lin Ling before. Now Lin Ling asked Prince Duan in return. However, what could Prince Duan say? He was a great marquis, but he had nothing to say in front of the insignificant Lin Ling. Kill. A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. Another massacre was coming. Lin Ling would not show any mercy since he knew that when the other side had the right to control his life, he would not show any mercy either. That was because he knew that when the other side had the right to control his life, he would not show mercy either. 24 Xuanwu Heavenly Tribulation Arrows. After Lin Ling waved his hand, the entire land was filled with murderous intent. The 24 clan leaders looked at each other and nodded coldly. They had brought more powerful cultivators with them than Prince Duan. Each of them had brought their most trusted subordinates. The Great Qin Empire had the ancient bloodline of the Xuanwu. When these powerful cultivators gathered together, they could unleash the terrifying heavenly calamity arrow rain. The 24 Xuanwu arrows were the ultimate skill of the Great Qin Empire. One arrow was not scary, but 10,000 arrows were terrifying. Whoosh! In the sky, the most beautiful scene appeared. A giant Xuanwu formed by tens of thousands of people appeared. The Xuanwu's cold eyes looked at Prince Duan. The ancient armor gave off a dazzling light. If one looked closely, the light was formed by countless arrows. This also meant that the Xuanwu was formed by arrows. Retreat! Prince Duan's eyes widened. There was a destructive aura in front of him. As an important figure in the Justice Duan family, how could he not know about the 24 Xuanwu arrows? The powerful cultivators behind him were shocked. Even without Prince Duan's warning, they could feel the terror in front of them. They wanted to retreat. They regretted coming here. But it was too late. Boom! Countless arrows fell from the sky. Each arrow carried the true meaning of martial arts and could pierce through anything. When tens of thousands of arrows gathered, it was a nightmare. The first wave of arrows fell and instantly pierced through the bodies of many powerful cultivators. Among them were Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators and Saint Spirit Realm cultivators. But wherever the arrows passed, they all fell. Lin Ling, spare my life. Many martial artists began to shout. They were extremely panicked. Unfortunately, their pleas for mercy were met with a second round of arrows of death. The 24 Xuanwu arrows were controlled by 24 powerful family heads. Its power was like a death god's arrow rain. Boom! When the second wave of arrows passed, the sea turned into a sea of blood. Waves rose into the sky. Some cultivators wanted to escape, but could they be faster than the arrows? Another large number of cultivators died. Nightmare. Another nightmare of slaughter. The hearts of the people in the distance beat violently. The powerful cultivators they looked up to died one by one in front of them. It was very dreamy and even very scary. Today, the Cloud Domain seemed to be facing the greatest massacre in history. Rumble. The arrow rain carried with it a billowing killing intent. Wave after wave of arrows rained down, making one wonder just who would be able to survive this rain of arrows. As for Duan King, his face was filled with incomparable fear. He used the cultivators behind him as shields and grabbed Duan Tiangang to flee. He was angry, he was aggrieved. He was the dignified Duan family king, but after encountering Lin Ling, he had been forced to flee twice by Lin Ling. The last time was an accident and he could forgive that. But this time was no accident. He had come fully prepared, and yet he was still defeated like a stray dog. Moreover, even if he tried to escape, there was only a 10% chance of him doing so. As the cultivators behind him died one after another, he finally clenched his teeth and gave up on Duan Tiangang. And at this time Duan Tiangang felt as if he had fallen into a nightmare. Lin Ling had ruthlessly crushed his heart of martial arts once more. The massacre of the 24 Black Tortoise, Heavenly Calamity arrows didn't take long. Time passed quietly. The foot of the volcano and the shore of the sea were littered with corpses. It was even more terrifying than the massacre of the 100,000 holy race cultivators. And the great Qin Empire's cultivators all had cold expressions. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. When they used the 24 Black Tortoise Heavenly Calamity arrows, there was only killing in their hearts. Everything else had disappeared. Only after killing all the enemies would they stop. The earth fell silent. Only a desolate wind blew, making it seem as if there was no one here. But in reality, there was still a large number of people far away. It was just that their hearts were shaken, so they couldn't speak anymore. The Justice Duan family brought the cultivators of the various domains. They thought that the battle was over and that the Justice Duan family had won. But those cultivators didn't even have a chance to shine when they arrived and died one after another. Everything was just as Lin Ling said. They were very pitiful, but they couldn't blame others. After all, they were the ones who came to seek death. And compared to the holy race cultivators, their deaths were even more tragic. After all, the holy race cultivators at least put in some effort, but they didn't do anything. Lin Ling is so scary. Below the mountains, everyone's gaze finally landed on the youth in blue and white robes. The youth was young and handsome with a slender figure. Chapter 767. 6 Great Saint Lands. Is it over? Everyone from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom still felt like they were in a dream. They all looked at Lin Ling, and countless images appeared in their minds. The young Lin Ling came from the Cloud region. Back then, he decided the chaos in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and fought against the geniuses of the 100 territories. Today he fought against the Saint clan. He had grown into an existence that could not be underestimated in the 100 territories. Linger, good job. From now on the Cloud region is our home. Patriarch Tian's eyes were wet. Everything was over. He didn't know how Lin Ling became an elder of the Great Qin Empire, but he knew that Lin Ling had always been fighting. Their Fire Ancient clan protected the Cloud region, and Lin Ling fought outside and gradually achieved impressive results. Everything seemed simple, but he knew that Lin Ling must have paid a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. We won. Finally, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom let out a loud laugh. The Cloud region belonged to them from now on. On the other hand, Shang Feiyun was in a daze. He had lost and there was no turning back. Lin Ling's strength was beyond his imagination. From the very beginning, he wasn't an existence he could provoke. He wanted to say something, but the flaming chains that bound him burned him, and in the end he was killed. At this point, no one from the Saint clan survived. It was a true extinction. In the sky, Lin Ling looked indifferently in front of him. Then he took a step and appeared in front of the sea. There was a youth who was struggling to get up, but he was severely injured and failed several times. However, when he sensed Lin Ling's arrival, His body trembled. Duan Tiangang, you're not dead yet. Lin Ling looked at Duan Tiangang gently. Duan Tiangong's eyes turned red. He wanted to say something but couldn't. He even looked at Lin Ling, his heart trembling. Lin Ling had given him nightmares twice. You should have lived well. Unfortunately, you brought disaster upon yourself. Lin Ling sighed softly. At this moment, he felt that Duan Tiangang was very pitiful. The 18th young master had fallen to such a state. No one could tell who was right and who was wrong. Duan Tiangang had his own pride, so he challenged Lin Ling again and again. Lin Ling had a place he had to protect, so he wanted to fight Duan Tiangang. Perhaps the winner was the king's way to explain everything. Swish! A sword light slashed. Lin Ling Tiangong's Tiangang Tongang. He was a Tiangong's Duan clan was had. Duan Tiangong's Duan clans mocked him. That was why he worked Duan Tiangong's Duan clan. Was Duan Tiangang clan? Clan Duan Tiangang Tian Tiangang. Duan was Tiangong's Duan clan. He Duan he clan was a Duan was Duan clan. Duan. In the end, Lin Ling gave him a slash. This slash killed him, but perhaps it also freed him. The wind blew through Lin Ling's clothes and lifted his long hair. He looked at the vast land and looked at the souls that had died in this battle. Suddenly, his heart was filled with complex emotions. This was the first time he had killed so many people since coming to this world. But when he saw the smiling ancestor Extreme Flame in the distance, the darkness in his heart quietly disappeared. His heart of martial arts became even more resolute. He knew why he had to kill. Grandfather. Lin Ling revealed a brilliant smile, making him look like the boy next door. Linger, you win. The confident voice of Ancestor Extreme Flame came from afar, causing Lin Ling to smile even more proudly. Far away, King Yunhai watched this scene in a daze. Everything was different from what he had imagined. He had wanted to gloat when the Heaven Mystic's kingdom was wiped out. He wanted to let everyone know that it was a mistake not to choose him, King Yunhai. But now he was the one who had made a mistake. King Father, you are old. King Yunhai left quietly. But just as he took a few steps, a cold voice rang out. He turned around and saw that it was his second son, Yunishwan. At this moment he smiled and seemed to feel that he was indeed old. Ishwan, King Father's foresight is not as good as yours. Leaving behind a soft sentence, he disappeared into the crowd. Perhaps in this life, he would never have the face to return to the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. He had lost to his son, Yunishwan. His son had better foresight than him. He believed in Lin Ling and knew that Lin Ling could make the Heaven Mystic's kingdom rise. And Lin Ling had done it. The Saint race and the Heaven Mystic's kingdom were at war. The legend of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, Lin Ling, had single-handedly slaughtered the Saint race and seized the Cloud region. The news spread like the wind throughout the middle three regions. In the middle three regions, the Cloud region had become the #1 region. It was an existence that no one dared to provoke. As for the legend of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, Lin Ling, this person's name had spread throughout the middle three regions. The sound of the wind drifted, gradually crossing the mountains and crossing the seas, spreading to the upper three regions. In the ancient countries, the cities had already posted notices. Everything about Lin Ling made all the countries in the upper three regions realize just how terrifying Lin Ling was. Lin Ling's name had shaken the middle three regions. In addition, his name had shaken the upper three regions in the ancient tomb. Now his name had truly shaken the 100 regions. The 5 great ancient kingdoms, the great Qin Empire's guest elder, the 7 profound martial houses' proud son of heaven, these were enough to make it so that no one dared to provoke Lin Ling. And in the 100 regions, Lin Ling was the only one who had risen like a madman and bloomed with such dazzling brilliance. At this moment in Cloud Sea City, in the heart of the Fire Ancient Clan's volcano, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged. Flames appeared on the surface of his body. There were as many as 8 of them, circling around Lin Ling like fairies. These were the 8 Adi true fire. Although each flame was only the size of a fist, it was the essence of fire. If it erupted, it would be incomparably terrifying. I didn't think that the cloud domain would have such an unexpected harvest. Feeling the flames floating around him, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. With his current strength, His invincibility in the middle stage of the royal spirit realm was even more stable. After all, the 8th grade king body had increased his strength by 30%. When he reached the middle stage of the royal spirit realm, he was confident that he would be able to rush into the top 100 on the Pride of Heaven list. You're actually so happy with such a useless flame? At this moment, a deep voice sounded out, causing Lin Ling's eyes to widen. It was the ancient flame devil. This flame is an 8th grade flame. It can allow me to have 80% of the true meaning of fire. It is already very powerful. Lin Ling said indifferently. 80% of the true meaning of fire was only 20% away from the pinnacle of the true meaning of fire, so how could he not be happy? The vermilion bird flame, haha. A flame that can't even be ranked on the heaven and earth spirit fire list, but it can actually make you happy. Moreover, the name is nice, but does it have the true meaning of fire? The ancient flame devil's voice sounded out again. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He knew that at present many flames were called flames, but true flames were not like that. For example, the ancient flame devil's flame was a true flame. Flames were obviously of a higher grade than ordinary flames, hotter and more destructive. The place you are at is just the rainforest sacred ground. But this world is much bigger than you think. There are 6 sacred grounds, namely the rainforest sacred ground, void sacred ground, wavering light sacred ground, water moon sacred ground, green cloud sacred ground, and 6 shaman sacred ground. Your flame is like the light of a firefly in front of the experts of the 6 sacred grounds. The ancient flame devil's disdainful voice sounded out, causing Lin Ling to suck in a breath of cold air. This world was so big. Chapter 768. Leaving. Lin Ling realized that he still had a long way to go, but he was looking forward to it. After all, the world was so colorful, the further one's goal was, the better. The ancient flame devil felt the battle intent in Lin Ling's heart and became silent. Seemed to be surprised. After all, if an ordinary person heard this news, they would be disappointed. After all, they were not the strongest and were still ants. However, Lin Ling's fighting spirit was even higher after hearing this. Kid, you have a very special temperament. When you fought for your family, you were not afraid of heaven and earth. You were not afraid of death, which surprised me. However, I can tell you that it is very difficult for an ordinary warrior to leave the 6 great saint lands, but it is possible for you. The ancient flame devil seemed to be more talkative than usual, which surprised Lin Ling. The ancient flame devil was much more clear-headed. You have a talent that is more terrifying than the vermilion bird's flame, but it has not awakened yet. The ancient flame devil said again. Lin Ling frowned and pondered. A talent that was more terrifying than the 8th grade king body? What was that? Could it be the eyes? Lin Ling's heart trembled as he guessed it. However, this talent may not be awakened. In the end, it still depends on your experience. Okay, give me all your spirit crystals. This is what we agreed on before. The ancient flame devil said. Lin Ling nodded and took out the spirit crystals. You are so weak. You only have middle spirit crystals. If I had not woken up too late, I would not have entered your body. You are too useless. The ancient flame devil said with disdain. Lin Ling did not care about the ancient flame devil's words. After all, they were of different levels. He asked curiously, you seemed to be very murderous before, killing everyone you saw. But now you seem to be more talkative. That formation destroyed my consciousness and wanted to take over my body. Killing was caused by my bloodline, not my soul. My soul was continuously destroyed by the formation, so naturally my body was in control of everything. At that time it would be a massacre. The ancient flame devil said coldly. Lin Ling understood. The mysterious person in the tomb wanted to get the ancient flame devil, so he used the array to destroy the ancient flame devil's intelligence. After he broke the array, the ancient flame devil gradually recovered. However, an ancient flame devil with intelligence was better than one that only knew how to kill. After all, an ancient flame devil that only knew how to kill ancient flame devil would devour him one day. After giving the ancient flame devil, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and he was in his mind. Eyes, what was the ancient flame devil's eyes? For even the ancient flame devil to think highly of it, and for it to be able to walk out of the 6 great holy lands, what secrets did this eye hide? Perhaps he was Is God Tian? The days passed quietly. Lin Ling's cultivation increased slowly. He was one step closer to the middle stage of the emperor spirit. The people of the Great Qin Empire had already left. Only Qin Shao and his son Qin Juntan were left. They planned to return to the Rainforest Holy Land with Lin Ling walking out of the cultivation ground. Many people of the Fire Ancient clan greeted Lin Ling respectfully with smiles. Lin Ling returned their greetings one by one. He came to the Fire Ancient clan square. There, Qin Shao and the Taiyin Grandmaster were already shouting. Both of them were old drunkards. At first, the Taiyin Grandmaster was extremely respectful of Qin Shao. After all, he was the leader of the Great Qin Empire and his strength was unfathomable. However, after interacting with him, he realized that Qin Shao was easy to talk to. He did not look at others with arrogance just because he was stronger. Of course, the Taiyin Grandmaster also knew that the strong had their own pride. The reason why he could talk to people of the same generation was because of his grandson, Lin Ling. Because Qin Shao gave Lin Ling face, he also treated the Taiyin Grandmaster as a friend of the same generation. Lin Ling, come and drink. Seeing Lin Ling come, the Taiyin Grandmaster and Qin Shao said at the same time. This made Lin Ling smile bitterly. He looked at Qin Zhengtian beside Qin Shao and saw that the latter also had a bitter expression. Clearly, he had been forced to drink with many people during this period of time. After Lin Ling smiled, he also sat down beside the two old men. He picked up his wine cup and drank. Then he spoke his thoughts. His main purpose of returning this time was to let the Fire Ancient clan go to the Mountain River Valley. What, we can also go to the Rainforest Holy Land? The Taiyin Grandmaster was a little excited. He did not expect that he would have the chance to step into that holy land in this lifetime. Lin Ling, can we go too? Lin Qingcheng and the other juniors heard the Taiyin Grandmaster's exclamation and all ran out. They were also very excited. Lin Ling smiled and then nodded. Yeah, the Rainforest Holy Land. That is the martial arts holy land of the 100 domains. I didn't think that we would be able to go. Lin Qingcheng and the others suddenly jumped up in excitement. There was no martial artist that didn't yearn for the Rainforest Holy Land. Haha, old Yin Lin Ling is now ranked 200 on the Proud Son of Heaven list. He has also established himself in the 7 Profound Martial House. With the Great Qin Empire there, you don't have to worry about anything happening. Qin Shao smiled and then looked at Lin Ling. Old Yen, you have a good grandson. As far as I know, this little grandson of yours has only been at the 7 Profound Martial House for a year, but he has created a massive number of miracles. He has become the fastest growing monstrous talent in the 7 Profound Martial House. Is that so? Tell me about it. Regarding his little grandson, the Taiyin Grandmaster was incomparably interested. Even Lin Qingcheng and the other juniors were also interested. After all, after Lin Ling had returned, he had only briefly recounted his experiences. This made the Taiyin Grandmaster's heart itch. But they knew that this little grandson of his had always been low-key. Although there were some dazzling things, he didn't like to exaggerate them. Okay, I'll tell you one by one. Qin Shao was also interested. Gradually, more and more people gathered in the square. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head and quietly withdrew. He looked at the bustling square and couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. No matter how arrogant and overbearing he was in the outside world at home, he was only a child of the Fire Ancient clan. Time quietly passed. 3 days later, Lin Ling set out. This time, he and the Qin Shao father and son went together. As for the Fire Ancient clan, because there were too many of them, they had to go to the Rainforest Holy Land in batches. The Great Qin Empire was responsible for escorting them. With the Great Qin Empire's help, Lin Ling could naturally rest assured. Lin Ling, the legend of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. When he arrived at the huge city gate of the Cloud Sea City, there was already an endless crowd gathered there. This made Lin Ling a little surprised. Were all these people here to send him off? All the acquaintances looked at Lin Ling and smiled. All the people from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom looked at Lin Ling and were incomparably excited. Alright, it's not like I'm not coming back. Everyone, there's no need to send me off. The endless crowd and all of them were grateful. This made Lin Ling's heart somewhat excited. Send off our king. Boom! With a loud shout, fireworks bloomed in the sky. Countless people knelt down on one knee. layer upon layer. The grandeur was awe-inspiring. Even Qin Xiao was incomparably excited at this scene. Although he was above everyone, he had never experienced being sent off by so many people with respect. It seemed like Lin Ling had won their hearts. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were moist. He waved his hand and didn't say anything else as he strode away. Behind him, fireworks bloomed as hundreds of people knelt down on one knee. It wasn't just the Cloud Sea City. It seemed like the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom knew that their legend was leaving. Hence, they all looked in the direction of the Imperial City and knelt down on one knee. He was their benefactor. Their legend, Lin Ling. Oh, it's over. Perhaps it's a little late. Sorry. Chapter 769. Killing in the Prairie. Early in the morning, the sun was charming. Under the blue sky, the green prairie was extremely quiet. Occasionally, one or two birds would fly across the sky, adding a bit of life to the silent earth. Hiya! On the prairie, 3 horses galloped, leaving the dust in their wake. On the horse, Lin Ling looked ahead. There was a blue sky and white clouds, a vast prairie. It gave him a feeling of galloping through the world, of being free and unfettered. He had been in this world for several years now, and he was becoming more and more powerful. One day, when he stood at the peak of the clouds, he didn't know what that feeling would be. Lin Ling. A figure called out from the side. Old Master Qin? Lin Ling turned his head, a bit puzzled. Qin Xiao faintly smiled. Currently, in the Rainforest Holy Land's 7 great martial halls, your strength is above average. 3 months from now, the 7 Profound Martial House will hold the 7 Profound Heaven's Pride Ranking Tournament. At that time, you must not miss it. Lin Ling nodded. He had missed the 7 Profound Heaven's Pride Ranking Tournament's preliminaries. This time it should be the semi-finals, and there would be even more powerful geniuses that would appear. The geniuses of the 5 great ancient countries had all sorts of mysterious king physiques. They would bloom together, and the era of geniuses would begin. Lin Ling also had a touch of anticipation. Someone is spying on us. Hurry up. At this moment, Qin Xiao frowned and said. Lin Ling and Qin Jingtian's eyes flashed. Someone was following them? The 3 horses sped up, crossing the prairie like a bolt of lightning, splashing up the broken grass. In front of them, the vast sea of rain appeared. As long as they took a dragon boat, they could reach the Rainforest Holy Land. However, Lin Ling frowned even more. His soul force could feel that the feeling of being spied on had not disappeared. Rather, it was becoming stronger. He was sure that someone was following the 3 of them. Moreover, the strength of those people were not weak at all. Stop your horses. At this moment, a cold voice sounded out. A man wearing a large cloak appeared. Beneath the cloak was a cold and indifferent face. He lifted his foot and then heavily stomped on the ground. Bang! The earth cracked open, and a surging power erupted. Even the distant sea of rain was shaken by the impact. Lin Ling and the other 2's horses were startled and raised their front hooves, causing Lin Ling and the other 2 to abandon their horses and leap up. When they landed on the ground, the 3 of them frowned as they looked at the cloaked man. Saint Spirit Realm expert. Qin Zhao's complexion became dignified. At the same time, a large number of cloaked men appeared in the surroundings. They seemed to walk out from the darkness, an extremely strange sight. Moreover, they had blocked the path of Lin Ling and the other 2. Is Lin Ling here? It was the leader of the cloaked men. Then, he slowly took off his cloak, revealing an extremely ferocious face. There was no flesh on his face, it was like a skeleton. Who are you? Lin Ling slowly unsheathed the large sword on his back, and his voice became deeper. He felt that the cloaked men knew that he was Lin Ling, otherwise, they wouldn't have stopped him. They only asked him this question to obtain confirmation. The cloaked men's goal was very simple. They were here to kill him. One had to know that not many people knew that Lin Ling had gone to the Cloud Domain. After the battle with the Saint race, many people knew that Lin Ling had been in the Cloud Domain, but Lin Ling had already left. Moreover, his whereabouts were mysterious. However, the cloaked men still came to find him. This meant that they had come prepared. The Fighting Evil faction. The man with the bloodless face coldly said. He was like a zombie that had crawled out from the ground. The Fighting Evil faction was an extremely strange faction in the 100 territories. During the Dragon Lake competition, Lin Ling had once killed a member of the Fighting Evil faction. It was Ghost God Qian. This meant that today these people had come to avenge Scarlet Flame. The Fighting Evil faction was savage by nature. Lin Ling had killed one of their members. Even if they had to go to the ends of the earth, they would come for revenge and even exterminate his entire clan. It seems that you already know why we've come. At this moment, two cloaked men beside the cloaked man said in unison. They lifted their cloaks, revealing pale faces. What was strange was that these two people looked exactly the same. They seemed to be twins and they weren't too old either. They should be proud sons of heaven from the rainforest's holy land. Yin Yang twin demons. Qin Zhengtian stared at the two youths and said in a dignified voice, "You're quite knowledgeable." The two cloaked men said in unison, "Yin Yang twin demons." These two were proud sons of heaven from the 7 profound martial house. They were ranked around the top 100, and their strength was at the late Emperor Spirit realm. They were both extremely powerful. What was most terrifying was that these two were born from the same womb. If they joined forces, even a Saint Spirit powerhouse would be obliterated by them. Moreover, this had happened before, and had alarmed the rainforest's holy land. Yin and Yang, when they joined forces, their combat strength would more than double. Lin Ling's pupils flashed. Today he was in a bit of a crisis. These two youths were peak proud sons of heaven, and their cultivation was higher than his. Not only that, but there was also a Saint Spirit realm cloaked man leader. On his side, Qin Xiao was a Saint Spirit powerhouse, but he could only block one of them. Qin Zhengtian was weaker than him, so how could he be a match for the Yin Yang twin demons? As he looked around, besides these 3 powerhouses, there were also many other Emperor Spirit realm powerhouses. It seemed that they had made ample preparations today. "Kill," the cloaked man leader said in a low voice. He took a step forward, and as if he had stepped through the void, he was the first to appear in front of Qin Xiao. "Old Master Qin," Lin Ling anxiously shouted. "You and little Tian leave immediately. I will stop him." Qin Xiao's expression was dignified. This cloaked man's aura was strange, and he cultivated ghost god martial arts. Although he didn't fear him, it would be difficult for him to defeat him in a short period of time. The longer he stayed here, the greater the danger. "Let's go," Lin Ling shouted. He called out to Qin Zhengtian and immediately left. Boom! Just as the two of them moved, the battle between Qin Xiao and the cloaked man leader erupted. The momentum was so great that it shook the earth. Far away in the Rain Sea, many cultivators also sensed the commotion. They couldn't help but rush over and watch the battle with fear and trepidation. "It's Lin Ling." Someone recognized Lin Ling and felt that Lin Ling was very unlucky. Lin Ling's name had just shaken the 100 territories, and now he was surrounded and killed. Furthermore, the cloaked men all had ghost god auras. They must be the revered Fighting Evil sect. "I'll help you. Yang, you go and kill Lin Ling." One of the Yin Yang twin demons looked at Qin Xiao. He knew that the Great Qin Empire's leader was very powerful, so he planned to join forces with the leader to kill Qin Xiao. "Okay, Lin Ling is only in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit realm. I will kill him." The other youth named Yang leapt towards Lin Ling, and the other cloaked men also attacked. "You dare to kill a member of the Fighting Evil sect? You will die even if you run to the ends of the earth." The cloaked man closest to Lin Ling attacked. His strength was in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit realm, and he could control the aura of the netherworld. He transformed into a sinister ghost claw and grabbed at Lin Ling. Oh! Chapter 770. The experts arrive, you're courting death. Lin Ling's face was incomparably cold, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He swung the Tyrant Song sword in his hand, and the true intent of sword and true intent of fire fused together to form a sword slash that swept through everything in its path. With a single slash, it severed the ghost claw and even split the cloaked man at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit realm into 2. Whoosh! Blood spurted out like rain, causing the Fighting Evil faction's members to narrow their eyes. Lin Ling was stronger than they had imagined. "How dare you kill a member of the Fighting Evil faction? Die!" Yang pounced over, his spirit energy exploding as he punched out. That punch seemed to have opened the gates of hell, accompanied by a large number of ghosts. Yang seemed to have the only Yang energy in hell. Brother Qin, you go first. I'll stop him. Lin Ling wanted to break out of the encirclement with Qin Zhengtian. Qin Zhengtian was weaker than him, so Lin Ling wanted to buy time for Qin Zhengtian. Qin Zhengtian also knew that it would be useless for him to stay. Instead, it would be harmful for him, so he ran forward like crazy. Kill! Lin Ling's eyes were cold. In his left hand, the flames of the vermilion bird gathered in a frenzy. The dazzling flames set the prairie ablaze. When an ancient vermilion bird appeared in his palm, he looked behind him and punched out. You want to fight me head-on? You're courting death. Yang roared, his voice filled with arrogance and disdain. He had heard of Lin Ling's name before. He was ranked 200 on the 7 Profound Heavens Pride list. His strength was not bad, but he was at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm and ranked 100. Lin Ling was only at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, so Lin Ling was like an ant to him. Boom! Fist and palm collided, and a terrifying aura exploded, as if it wanted to destroy the grassland. The crowd in the distance trembled. A battle between heaven's prides was indeed terrifying. Whoosh! As soon as his palm touched the Hell's Fist, Lin Ling's body trembled and his aura surged. His opponent was very strong. Not only was his cultivation level higher, but he was also not an ordinary late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. Lin Ling was almost injured, but he used the explosive force to retreat, trying to break out of the encirclement. Not bad. Yang also took half a step back. His eyes were filled with horror. His fist had not been able to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, that fist had not been easy for him. There were still flames burning under his palm. This meant that Lin Ling's king body was even higher than his. It was at least at the 8th grade. What a terrifying genius. If it weren't for the fact that his cultivation level was lower than his, he might have been the one to die in this exchange. We can't let them escape. Kill! Yang's eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't allow Lin Ling to live any longer. Moreover, he was only an early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm genius, but he had been forced to take half a step back. This was a humiliation to him. Kill! A large number of Emperor Spirit Realm experts pounced on Lin Ling, attempting to surround him once more to prevent Lin Ling from escaping. Many of these experts were at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Even in the upper 3 regions, they were existences that couldn't be underestimated. Only the Fighting Evil faction could summon so many Emperor Spirit Realm experts so easily. Dominating Song of the World! Lin Ling shouted. He swallowed a pill to recover his spiritual energy and stamina. He knew that this was going to be a tough battle, so he couldn't waste any of his spiritual energy. Then he swung his sword again. The sword was like fire. Whoosh! Another 2 Emperor Spirit Realm experts were killed in a single strike. This caused the hearts of the Fighting Evil faction's cultivators to tremble. Geniuses were indeed not measured by common sense. They could easily fight those with higher cultivation levels. As for the crowd in the distance, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling's name had shaken the 100 regions. Many people had doubts in their hearts, but now they were all gone. This genius seemed to be able to easily kill ordinary Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators. No wonder the Fighting Evil faction had sent so many experts to kill him. Lin Ling, where do you think you're going? Yang. Although Lin Ling had killed several Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators, he had been delayed. Yang caught up behind him. His right fist was pulled back at an angle that exceeded the limits of a human's ability. It was as if his fist had turned into a bow. Yang energy from hell condensed in his fist and shot out crazily. Ancient devil welcoming pill. Shit! Lin Ling's expression was extremely ugly. His opponent was really strong. Even with his 8th grade king body, he couldn't win against him. He was suppressed by his opponent's cultivation level, so he had to use an even more powerful move. The pill entered his body, causing the flames inside his body to change. When they appeared in Lin Ling's left hand, a vermilion bird formed from white flames bloomed. Lin Ling didn't hesitate. He looked behind him and struck out with his palm. Boom! Yang energy from hell collided with the ancient flames, creating a vortex of spiritual energy. The surging energy even killed an Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator nearby. It was terrifying. Ah! Yang! Yang let out a painful cry. This time he couldn't block Lin Ling's flames. The white flames wrapped around his body and burned him continuously. Finally he fell to the ground, his voice fading away. He had been burned alive by the ancient flames. Lin Ling was already invincible in the mid-stage Emperor Spirit realm. Now that his king body had been upgraded and he'd used the ancient devil welcoming pill, his strength had increased by another 10%. This allowed him to fight someone 2 levels above him and kill Yang. Of course, this was his limit. After all, the ancient devil welcoming pill had a time limit. It couldn't be used carelessly. Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood. He quickly swallowed a large amount of pills. He'd also been injured in this clash. The vermilion bird Dao platform in his dantian was cracked. Even if he could win against a late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm genius, it wouldn't be easy. And there were countless experts around him. If he was seriously injured, he might even die. Go! Go! Lin Ling didn't stop. He took a step forward and sped across the grassland like a bolt of lightning. The cloaked figures were stunned, unable to react. Their top genius of the fighting evil faction had died just like that. Yang! Yang! In the distance, Yin and Yang were born from the same womb. He immediately sensed that Yang had died, and this made him release a shocking roar of anger. Clearly, he had not expected this result to occur. Kill him! Kill! Yin gave up on attacking Qin Xiao and pounced toward Lin Ling. The crowd in the distance was completely shaken. The strong cultivators of the Fighting Evil clan had all come out, and not only had a few died, but even a top genius of the Fighting Evil clan had also died. Could Lin Ling's strength be ranked below the top 100 on the Fighting Evil clan? Blazing Sun, Sparrow Sun. Kill! Lin Ling's face was incomparably cold as he ran. A large number of cloaked figures surrounded him. As he ran, he gathered a powerful solar storm. After a giant sun appeared in his palm, he slammed it heavily into the ground. Rumble! The solar storm appeared, wreaking havoc on the grassland, turning it into a sea of fire. Several more of the Fighting Evil faction died. Lin Ling was about to break out of the encirclement. Yin's expression was unsightly. This Aunt Lin Ling was really tenacious. Today, Lin Ling won't be able to escape. Kill! Chapter 771. Pain Heavenly Dragon Empire. How despicable! They are taking advantage of the situation. Many people in the distance secretly thought the Heavenly Dragon Empire had arrived at a good time. Lin Ling's chi had been weakened and he had been injured. Moreover, many people from the Fighting Evil faction had died. That way, the Heavenly Dragon Empire wouldn't have lost many people, and they would have been able to kill Lin Ling. Qinzhengtan, leave quickly. Don't look back. Go! Lin Ling's eyes were cold. There was even madness, anger, and brutality in them. However, he firmly suppressed them. Today he was facing 2 major powers. Therefore, leaving this place was the right way to go. Do you think that you can leave? Go! At this moment, baleful aura surged in front of them. A large number of experts had arrived. A flag with the word Duan embroidered on it was fluttering in the wind. The Justice Duan family had also arrived. Moreover, other than the Duan Imperial Prince, there was also an old man with white hair who looked like a lion. That old man's eyes were like lightning. His body was tall and sturdy. A tyrannical aura burst out with each step he took. Another Holy Spirit Realm expert had arrived. 2 ancient empires and the Fighting Evil faction had come to kill Lin Ling today. In order to kill Lin Ling, there are so many experts. Many people were shocked. The ancient empires valued Lin Ling very much. Lin Ling would not be able to escape today. Bastard! The road ahead was blocked. Lin Ling had no choice but to stop and look into the distance. Fortunately, Qin Zhengtian had already left. Lin Ling's eyes were firmly fixed on the experts of the Justice Duan family. His eyes were even colder and even more ruthless. The experts who met Lin Ling's eyes suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if they were looking at the eyes of a demon god. The more a junior like Lin Ling forced him, the colder he became. Why should I be afraid of him? He is only one person. Go! The Duan Imperial Prince was also shocked by the killing intent in Lin Ling's eyes. It even made him feel like giving up the chase. It seemed that if he did, the consequences would be very serious. But in the end he calmed down. Perhaps Lin Ling had left him too many nightmares. Therefore, when he saw Lin Ling, his heart was filled with fear. However, in the current situation, Lin Ling was alone, so why should he be afraid of him? Lin Ling, you can die with pride. Before you die, you actually asked Qin Shao of the Great Qin Empire to accompany you in death. You even asked the powerful cultivators of our two ancient empires to come out and kill one person. Only you have this kind of glory in the rainforest Holy Land. The white-haired old man blocked Lin Ling's path like a heavenly soldier. His cold voice drifted out from his mouth. Tell me your name. You. Lin Ling's eyes were still cold as he spoke indifferently. Zun Wang. You Zun Wang, Imperial Wang. I'll remember this name. One day I'll definitely kill you. Kill. Lin Ling said word by word, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble. They stared at the youth in the center, shocked by his determination and fearlessness. One had to know that the experts surrounding Lin Ling were all stronger than Lin Ling. They were all famous figures in the 100 territories. But Lin Ling was still not afraid. What kind of willpower was this? Qin Shao die. Kill. At this moment, an angry roar came from afar. Then a roar sounded, shaking the heavens and earth. Many people focused their eyes and looked over. Qin Shao had died. Two Saint Spirit stage experts attacked. One was the leader of the Fighting Evil sect, the other was Lord Long of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Although Qin Shao was strong, how could he block the opponent's assassins? Dead. The leader of the Great Qin Empire has fallen. Kill. Many people felt sorrow in their hearts. A king above tens of thousands of people died today in order to protect Lin Ling. Father. In the distance, Qin Zhongtian lost his spirit and knelt on the ground powerlessly. His father was dead. Master Qin. Father. Lin Ling's eyes became blank as he stared in the distance. The face of the benevolent old man appeared in his mind. The old man who trusted him the first time he went to the Qin clan. But today, in order to protect him and Qin Zhongtian, that old man died. Master Qin. Father. Lin Ling roared at the sky, causing the clouds in the sky to rumble. His heart was in pain. His friend, his elder, died in front of him. It was the first time he was so sad since coming to this world. Haha. Father. Around him, Duan Zuanwang and Lord Long laughed coldly as they looked at the youth in grief. They did not attack, they were enjoying this moment. Die, you all must die. Father. Lin Ling's body trembled. An extremely terrifying coldness was emitted from his body, causing the surrounding cultivators to feel a chill in their hearts. At this moment they seemed to be afraid. What are you afraid of? He's just a junior. Roar. Among them, a tall and sturdy man shouted angrily, as if he wanted to prove his fearlessness and attract the attention of Duan Zuanwang and the others. However, when he took a step forward, his gaze met with the youth in the center, and an indescribable fear arose in his heart. What kind of eyes were those? Those eyes seemed to see through heaven and earth, see through the ancient times. Those were emotionless eyes. Bang! His head exploded, causing the pupils of the surrounding people to constrict. They only looked at each other and that person died. What did Lin Ling do? How terrifying! All of this was like a dream and also very ironic. That person wanted to prove himself and also wanted to be valued by the big shots of the ancient countries, so he volunteered to fight. In the end he was killed in one move. That was a soul force attack. Those with a weak soul force do not look at him. This boy has already turned into a demon, Duan Zuanwang coldly said, causing many people to nod. They didn't dare to look at Lin Ling again, but they were still shocked in their hearts. Lin Ling had been surrounded by so many powerhouses, but he had still managed to kill one of them. He had even caused all the other martial artists to fear him. He was so domineering. Which proud son of heaven in the rainforest Holy Land could do this? Today, the Justice Duan family has received orders from the imperial court to kill the 7 profound martial house disciple Lin Ling. This boy has already turned into a demon. If he is not killed, then it will be a great disaster for the 100 territories. Therefore, for the sake of the common people of the world, the Justice Duan family will kill Lin Ling. The old man Duan Zuanwang calmly looked at Lin Ling and righteously said. In his heart, Lin Ling was already dead. A martial artist who has turned into a demon has a cruel nature. Therefore, for everyone's safety, my heavenly dragon empire will also kill him. Yes, Mr. Long kindly said. They said these words because they didn't want to leave any traces behind. After all, Lin Ling had a powerhouse supporting him from behind. Although they didn't fear him, they wanted to avoid as much trouble as possible. But their words were very hypocritical. In the distance, the crowd despised them. If they wanted to kill, then kill, but they were actually looking for excuses. The people of the ancient kingdoms were so prideful. Of course, although they sighed in their hearts, they also knew that in this world, the winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. No matter what despicable things the winner did, everyone only knew that he had won. They only cared about the result, and did not care about the process. Kill, kill, kill. Kill. At this moment Lin Ling's pupils were filled with killing intent. His mind was blank. He only wanted to kill. He wanted to kill all these hypocritical and insidious people. He wanted to avenge old man Xiao. Therefore, he wanted the ancient flame devil to come out. Little demon, let me come out. Killing will plant a heart demon in your heart of martial arts. My wisdom has not yet been restored. After I come out, I may not be the one controlling the ancient flame devil. Kill. Chapter 772. Kill. Kill, kill, kill. Kill. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent. His mind was also blank. He only wanted to kill. He wanted to kill all these hypocritical and treacherous people. He wanted to avenge old Master Xiao. Therefore, he wanted the ancient flame devil to come out. Brat, let me out. Killing will plant an inner demon in your martial heart. My intelligence has not recovered yet. When I come out, I might not be the one controlling the ancient flame devil. In his heart, the ancient flame devil's voice sounded. Kill. Kill. There was only one word in Lin Ling's heart. Kill. Even if he turned into a devil, even if he turned into a killing god, he would still kill. Life was like a mayfly in a dream. How could he let the senior who doted on him die for nothing just because of his own safety? Old Master Xiao could not die for nothing. No, definitely not. Lin Ling could not do that. He was a person who would take revenge for any enmity and repay any kindness. Lin Ling's hands drooped down. His slender body stood there as if he had lost his soul. He even seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Many people looked at Lin Ling and their gazes froze. What did Lin Ling do? What is that? Kill. At this moment, someone pointed at Lin Ling and said. They saw white smoke coming out of Lin Ling's body. It was extremely dreamy, but it gave people an even stranger feeling. It was very cold. Everyone felt even colder. They could feel the coldness from the youth even from a few hundred meters away. At the same time, an ancient aura that seemed to have come from ancient times filled the air. Amidst the hazy smoke, a huge figure quietly appeared, causing the entire land to shake violently. What did Lin Ling do? Kill. Many people's voices changed. They subconsciously retreated. That aura was very terrifying. It made them feel as if the youth had turned into a devil. How is this possible? That terrifying demonic beast has always been in his body. Kill. Imperial Prince Duan's eyes were wide open. The figure that appeared quietly made him realize that it was a nightmare. In the past, a large number of experts from the Duan family died in the mouth of that demonic beast. And now it had appeared again. Master Long also lost his gloating smile, and his old eyes widened. They all thought that the ancient demonic beast was so terrifying that it was not something that Lin Ling could control. Therefore, they guessed that the last time Lin Ling summoned the demonic beast, it must have been an opportunity. After being summoned, it could not be summoned again. But now, the truth was that a mere Emperor Spirit Realm Jr. was hiding a terrifying demon beast within his body. The fog gradually dispersed. 100-meter-tall flaming fox appeared. Its 4 limbs were on the ground, and its huge cheeks revealed sharp, cold teeth. Its eyes were red and filled with monstrous killing intent. Its 2 front paws were on the ground, and they were filled with an invincible power, causing the earth to tremble. Behind the 9-tailed fox, 6 dazzling tails were wagging, shocking everyone. The ancient flame devil had reappeared. Lin Ling is actually above the ancient flame devil. Yes. At this moment Master Long shouted in horror. On the ancient flame devil's head, Lin Ling's body appeared. At this moment, his eyes were tightly shut, and his lower body was buried in his head. Only his upper body was exposed. It made people wonder if the ancient flame devil was Lin Ling. Roar! An angry roar sounded. With the demonic beast as the center, a towering inferno swept out in all directions. Ah! This fire instantly killed a large number of warriors. Whoosh! Smoke filled the air. A figure weaved in and out, and a large number of lives were lost. The crowd could only vaguely see that the huge demonic beast was very fast. It weaved in and out of the crowd, and when it waved its claws, it seemed to directly bring people into the void, killing them instantly. Boom! Flames swept out in all directions with the demonic beast as the center, turning the grassland into a sea of fire. It was very terrifying. The demonic beast had appeared and slaughtered everything. Retreat! Retreat! Master Long and the other experts were also panicking. They frantically flew into the sky and watched the massacre below with fear. The people of their two ancient countries, the people of the fighting evil faction, were dying under the demonic beast's mouth. Wait, this demonic beast doesn't seem to be conscious. Prince Duan stared at the ground and said fearfully. He remembered that the demonic beast had laughed evilly last time. It had laughed like a fox and had the intelligence of a human. But this time the demonic beast seemed to only know how to kill and nothing else. This demonic beast must have been injured or sealed before. Now that it has forcefully come out, the injury or seal appeared again. Master Long guessed. But their guess was right. At this moment, Lin Ling had already lost consciousness. The only thought in his mind was to kill everything in the world. And this killing intent was passed on to him by the ancient flame devil. As for the ancient flame devil, it only had killing intent. Only the ancient flame devil's soul was still protecting Lin Ling. It did not allow Lin Ling to completely transform into the ancient flame devil. After all, if Lin Ling truly transformed into the ancient flame devil, then Lin Ling might die. This world would only have the ancient flame devil, and there would be no more Lin Ling. Furthermore, the ancient flame devil's soul would also be turned to ashes, leaving behind only its massive body. The massacre continued. Hell of fire. The hearts of the crowd in the distance trembled violently. In their eyes there was only destruction, nothingness, silence, and suppression. Even if they used their eyes to look, they would still tremble with fear. As for the warriors on the ground, they all cried out in pain. They wanted to escape, but they could not. They could only die one by one. What a terrifying demonic beast. But that demonic beast's aura is getting weaker and weaker. It seems like it will die at any moment. In the sky, Master Long sucked in a breath of cold air. But he had the bloodline of a dragon and could sense the fluctuations of souls. And now the ancient flame devil's soul fluctuations were getting weaker and weaker. And once the ancient flame devil lost its soul, it would die. Of course, his guess was correct. But there was one thing wrong. When the ancient flame devil's soul died, then the ancient flame devil would appear. A soulless ancient flame devil was even more brutal and terrifying. It wanted to kill everyone in the world. Alright, we'll use numbers to make the ancient flame devil's soul die. And I'm guessing that Lin Ling has been possessed by the ancient flame devil. Now that he's dead, only the ancient flame devil is left. Prince Duan nodded. His guess was normal. After all, the ancient flame devil was so terrifying that even they had to retreat. Lin Ling was only a junior in the Emperor Spirit realm. How could he block the ancient flame devil's devouring? Then he was shocked. In order to kill Lin Ling, the Justice Duan family had paid a terrible price. Roar! At this moment the earth shook violently, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. A huge explosion of flames appeared in the sky, layer upon layer, causing the prairie to seem as if it was rolling over. The terrifying flames soared into the sky, and the residual energy rushed towards Prince Duan and the others. Its speed was incomparably fast, and several of the experts were instantly burned to death. Even Prince Duan was too slow in retreating, and his arm was infected by the flames. Chapter 773. Behind the scenes. No. Prince Duan cried out in pain. He had cut off his own arm, but the flames still wrapped around him, covering his body with inextinguishable ancient flames. Am I going to die? Prince Duan yelled crazily. His cultivation was useless against the flames. He could only be burned to death. Suddenly he felt like he was in a dream. A moment ago, he thought that he had finally killed Lin Ling to vent the hatred in his heart. However, in the next moment, he had died along with Lin Ling. This kind of death was very depressing. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have listened to that person and come for revenge. His body fell from the sky into the sea of fire. Before he died, he saw the young man's body lying in the sea of fire, which made him roar unwillingly. Could it be that Lin Ling was still alive? Rumble. The forbidden flames continued to erupt. No one could stop them. The flames burned all the way to the Sea of Rain, and it took half an hour for the flames to die down. The flames were so terrifying. Only 2 people were left in the sky. One was Master Long, the other was the elder from the Duan family, Duan Xuanwang. Even the leader of the fighting evil faction was burned to ashes by the forbidden flames. It was terrifying. Any Saint Spirit Realm expert was like an ant in front of the ancient flames. Master Long and Duan Xuanwang looked at each other, fear in their eyes. Master Long looked at the ground that had turned into ruins. Where's the ancient flame devil? The area below had already become a forbidden land of death. There was no one left, only a hazy white smoke drifting up. The incomparably terrifying ancient flame devil from before had now disappeared. It died from self-destruction, Master Long said. Duan Xuanwang said with an ugly expression. He was stronger, so he was the first to avoid the ancient flame devil's flame before it died. He saw that the ancient flame devil's aura was getting weaker and weaker, as if its soul was about to collapse. Then a terrifying flame burst out, and the ancient flame devil disappeared. Everyone in the prairie was dead. Only the 2 of them were left. Let's go down and see. Master Long. Master Long didn't believe it and flew down. The ground was still a sea of fire, but there was indeed no one here. There were no ancient flame devils either. This place was like the 9 Serenities hell. The 2 experts looked at the empty land, and veins popped out on their foreheads. Lin Ling, how hateful. Their men were all dead, and even Prince Duan had fallen. This result also shocked the hearts of the crowd in the distance. Had Lin Ling been killed by the accumulation of countless experts? Although Lin Ling had died in this battle, it had still shocked the 100 realms. At that moment, the crowd did not see that in the rolling flames in the distance, there was a gigantic red ape covered in blood. It was even burned by the flames, and it was running madly with a person on its back. In the final explosion of the Great Fire, this red ape was the only one who had survived, and the reason it could survive was because of the ferocious beast's great recovery abilities. However, even though it survived, the red ape's life was also at stake. However, it had a conviction in its heart, and that was to carry the young man out. This giant red ape was Little Flame. In front of him, the Sea of Rain was gradually approaching. This caused Little Flame's eyes to flicker, and his pace to quicken. However, at that moment, a beautiful figure stood in front of the Sea of Rain and blocked Little Flame's path. A clear voice like a bell rang out. You're not dead yet. You're really tough. I've sent so many great forces to kill you, but they've all died. Lin Ling, you're very powerful. Yes. That person was a young girl wearing a long black dress. She had a devastatingly beautiful face, and her eyes were very beautiful. They were silent like the night sky, and anyone who saw them could not help but fall in love with her. However, her words and her intentions were completely different from what she appeared to be. Little Flame looked at the young girl cautiously and did not move. Lin Ling, you shouldn't have challenged the palace lord. The moment you decided to challenge him, you already had half a foot in hell. The palace lord's power is not something you can shake. Yes. The young girl did not seem to be in a hurry. Her voice rang out like a bell. At that moment, Lin Ling was unconscious. His mind was filled with only killing everything. It was as if he would turn into a killing demon at any moment and lose his mind forever. However, he could faintly hear the young girl's words. The palace lord could not allow you and Sakura to live, so he ordered me to destroy you. Between you and Sakura, I chose you, but the palace lord chose Sakura. In the end, I crippled Sakura. He was addicted to my beauty and was completely defenseless against me. In the end, his cultivation was crippled by me, and his innate king physique was taken away by me. In the past, the son of the previous palace lord Diwuji was the most promising candidate to become the next palace lord. However, he was crippled by someone. His bloodline and inheritance wanted to seize the lost glory, but in the end, he was crippled by someone. The soft voice seemed to ring in Linling's ears, causing him to subconsciously clench his fists. Was his elder brother crippled? After your elder brother was crippled, it was your turn next. In fact, it was me who ordered them to surround and kill you today. However, you are indeed more terrifying and mysterious than your elder brother. The experts of the two great ancient countries came to kill you, but they all died. Only 2 people were left. However, you were only seriously injured. Linling, oh Linling, you have once again proved my vision. Your potential is even greater than Sakra's. The voice floated over again. The killing intent in Linling's heart became even more intense. It was her, everything was set up by her. No wonder he had been hiding his tracks, but he was still hunted down by the people of the two great ancient countries. Moreover, the two great ancient countries moved out at the same time. None of this was a coincidence. As expected, this girl was not an ordinary person. She approached his elder brother with a purpose. Today, she caused the death of old man Xiao. This girl was truly sinister. Alright, it's time to end this. Although you are very mysterious, you are still like an aunt to me. Remember, my name is the Second Dream. The ethereal, even gentle voice sounded. However, there was a sinister killing intent in it. Linling could not move. At this moment, he had forcefully used the ancient flame devil. Even if the Second Dream did not attack, he would die at any time. He could only watch as the Second Dream did whatever she wanted. Roar! At this moment, Little Flame let out a wild roar. The red fur all over its body grew like bamboo shoots, and its body became even bigger. It was a full 5 meters tall. It carried Linling on its back and ran all the way towards the Sea of Rain. What? This beast actually awakened its bloodline when it was about to die after suffering such serious injuries. The Second Dream's beautiful eyes focused. She waved her right hand lightly. It was as if the void had been shattered. Rays of light flowed and a light palm shot out. However, it was still too slow. Little Flame's speed was obviously faster than before. It carried Linling and rushed into the Sea of Rain. In the next moment, they disappeared into the vast sea. This sea, the Broken Dragon Prison, is the intersection of the two great holy lands. Linling is seriously injured and cannot pass through the Broken Dragon Prison. Chapter 774. Another holy land. The Rain Sea was boundless, and on the other side was the Water Moon Holy Land. However, it was difficult for ordinary people to break through the Broken Dragon Prison and reach the Water Moon Holy Land. Rumble! The terrifying power of the sea roared. In the sea, Linling's body was hit hard and the Vermilion Bird Dao platform collapsed. Of course, this was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that the ancient flame devil had begun to invade him and seemed to want to devour his will. If it succeeded, he would turn into a mindless ancient flame devil. The ancient flame devil that devoured Linling came from the ancient flame devil's body and not its soul. The ancient flame devil's soul was in a self-sealing state. Previously, in order to protect Linling and prevent Linling from being devoured by the ancient flame devil's body, the ancient flame devil's soul had been trying its best. But in the end it ran out of soul power. One must know that the ancient tomb's array was to destroy the ancient flame devil's soul and take its body. If Linling did not break the array, the ancient flame devil's soul would have been destroyed. After that, the ancient flame devil's soul awakened and could control the ancient flame devil's body for a period of time so that it would not turn into a mindless killing beast. Old Man Xiao, big brother. At this moment, Linling's consciousness was frantically resisting. The Second Dream was the mastermind behind this attack. How could Linling let them off so easily? Linling could not die here. He still had to challenge the palace lord. Ancient flame devil, you want to devour me? Unless we die together. Linling's unyielding will was fighting. He couldn't lose, he had to win. Life was a challenge, he had to overcome it. He He wanted to destroy the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family. Lin Ling did not lose this battle. The two ancient countries came to kill him, and only the two of them returned alive. This was a tie. If Lin Ling did not die, the two ancient countries would have provoked a terrifying existence. This meant that the two ancient countries had lost. The second dream had also lost. She had provoked Lin Ling. Oh, the gate of heaven is broken and the Chu River opens. The jade water flows to the east. The two green mountains face each other. The lonely sail comes from the horizon. Under the boundless green mountains a clear voice floated. It was free and easy with satisfaction. The ancient mountains echoed endlessly. Master, in this exchange between the three sects, our Qingyun sect is once again last. A mountain, the mountain sect's mountain. The Reliance School is still the best. Many of their warriors have reached the early stage of the Earth Spirit realm. What amazing geniuses! Another girl's voice rang out with envy. Haha, Bai Yunfei is very powerful, but I don't like him that much. In the mountain range, an old man in a blue robe was slowly walking with a dozen disciples. They were from the nearby Blue Cloud sect, and the Blue Cloud sect was one of the strongest sects in the surrounding area. It was unknown how many young elites had come here in order to enter the sect to learn martial arts. Wait, look. There's someone by the river. Suddenly, the girl called Wan pointed at the river in the distance. Let's go and see. Everyone was stunned for a moment. They hurried over one after another. They saw a young man lying on his stomach by the river. The waves pushed his body from time to time, causing his long hair to flow with the waves. Next to the young man was a small monkey. This person might be dead. Let's ignore him, one of the girls said. Maybe he's not dead. Wan frowned. She crouched down and checked. Master, he's still alive. The old man pondered and shook his head. This person's origin is unknown. Since he's not dead, let's leave him here. But master, didn't you say that saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda? If he stays here, he'll be eaten by the monsters in the mountains sooner or later. Wan was a little reluctant. Alas, let's take him back then. The old man nodded. He looked at the young man and found that he had no cultivation. He was just a commoner, so he didn't fear him as much. Everyone continued to move forward. Along the way, they found a carriage to take the young man. In the carriage, the young man lay quietly. His long eyelashes fluttered from time to time. Finally, his eyes slowly opened. There was a flash of light, but it quickly disappeared. Where is this? The young man was Lin Ling. He floated along the sea and was finally rescued by the people of the Azure Cloud School. That young man is very handsome. None of the male disciples of the Azure Cloud School can compare to him. At this time, the clear voice of a girl came from outside the carriage. Wan, you don't even like Bai Yunfei. You actually like that trash. He's not bad looking, but in this world, strength is respected. A man without strength is useless. Another voice came. Senior, don't talk nonsense. The girl called Wan blushed. Lin Ling frowned slightly. He checked his body and smiled helplessly. His vermilion bird Dao platform was broken, and his entire body was injured. Many of his meridians were broken, and his dantian was damaged. This was the most tragic battle he'd had since coming to this world. Xiaoyan. Lin Ling hurriedly looked to his side. When he saw the sleeping little monkey, he relaxed. Xiaoyan had also been seriously injured, but the body of a wild beast was always stronger than that of a human's. Their recovery was also stronger, so Lin Ling wasn't that worried. In this exchange between the three schools, you've all seen the difference in your strength. You don't even have a single earth spirit. You should train hard when you go back. An old man's voice sounded, causing Lin Ling's eyes to focus. Earth spirit? These people were very weak. It looked like they were from some small remote school. On the path of martial arts, you must first strengthen your meridians, temper your bones, and cleanse your marrow. Only then can you go further. The old man's voice came again, instructing his disciples. This place isn't the sacred ground of the rainforest. Lin Ling guessed. After all, the old man's martial arts were different from the sacred ground of the rainforest. His soul force quietly spread out, and he immediately found that the old man's strength was at the Emperor Spirit realm. However, his body was extremely sturdy, and he sat there like a fierce tiger. Training the body. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. On the path of martial arts there were 3,000 paths. The martial arts of the sacred ground of the rainforest refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for one's own use, forming a powerful attack and defense. But the martial arts of the rainforest seemed to focus on the body. It was hard to say which of the two was stronger, but their paths were the same. It was just that they had different methods. My Vermilion Bird Dao platform is destroyed, but I still have my king body. Since I've come to another sacred ground, I might as well start over. A bold idea arose in Lin Ling's mind. Recultivate. Chapter 775. Blue Cloud Sect. Cultivating one's physical body had to be done in the early stages of martial arts. The further one progressed, the harder it would be to cultivate. For example, the experts in the Rainforest Holy Land could no longer cultivate their physical body. After all, the amount of spiritual energy in their bodies had already become a habit. If one wanted to strengthen their physical body, there would be conflict. However, if one strengthened their physical body from the beginning and allowed their spiritual energy and physical body to reach a state of balance, this situation would not occur. Lin Ling did not expect that the destruction of the Vermilion Bird Dao platform would bring him such great benefits. He wanted to be reborn, and once he returned, he would sweep through the world. If I'm going to destroy it, I'll destroy it completely. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with decisiveness. He destroyed the Vermilion Bird Dao platform in his Dantian once again. He was confident that with his alchemy skills and experience, he could recover to the early stage of the Emperor Spirit realm in 3 months, and even break through to the next realm. Puff! The destruction of the Vermilion Bird Dao platform caused Lin Ling to spit out a mouthful of blood. The people outside the carriage also noticed and thought that Lin Ling's old injuries had flared up. Many of your meridians are broken. If you hadn't met me, you would have become a cripple for the rest of your life. You wouldn't even be able to carry a bucket of water. The old man looked at Lin Ling and said indifferently. His attitude was like that of an expert. Lin Ling secretly smiled. The old man seemed to have a high status. However, if he were to meet the old him, this old man would be like an ant. After all, the old man was only at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit realm. However, Lin Ling planned to learn the Blue Cloud Sect's physical body cultivation technique. Therefore, he said respectfully, I hope Senior can give me some pointers. You're too old and your talent isn't good. If you learn martial arts, you won't be able to reach the martial spirit realm in your lifetime. As soon as Lin Ling finished speaking, a tall girl immediately said disdainfully. Lin Ling's gaze swept over. The girl was only at the martial spirit realm. He shook his head. He naturally did not care about the words of an ant. Therefore, he continued to look at the old man. Master, didn't you always say that meeting is fate? Since he was sincere, why not help him a little? Said the girl called Wanner. Lin Ling looked at her calmly, and a good impression of her appeared in his heart. Although your aptitude is not good, but meeting is fate. Then come with us to Qingyun sect. The old man sighed. Although he had agreed, it was clear that he did not think highly of Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He only needed to see the Blue Cloud Sect's cultivation technique. As for guidance, he did not need it. His martial arts experience was better than anyone here. The Qingyun school was like a paradise on top of a high mountain. Within 100 li radius, there were youths learning martial arts. It was the holy land of martial arts. Of course, to Lin Ling, this was only a school that was slightly stronger than the Guyan school. The days passed quietly in peace. After becoming a disciple of the Azure Cloud sect, Lin Ling obtained a basic body cultivation technique, the Demon Ox body strengthening technique. This was the first time Lin Ling had seen such a cultivation technique. As if he was thirsting for it, he began to crazily learn it. With his experience, as long as he could come in contact with it, it would not be difficult. In less than a month, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had quietly advanced from the body refinement realm to the peak of the martial spirit realm. As for the most talented disciple of the Azure Cloud sect, the strongest was only at the peak of the martial spirit realm. However, in order to not shock the world, Lin Ling hid his cultivation. As for the method of hiding, it came from a set of cultivation techniques from the Limitless Sword Saint's memory. He believed that even the Azure Cloud sect leader would not be able to detect it. Lin Ling was very low-key in the Azure Cloud sect. He did what ordinary disciples did. After he was done, he cultivated in his own residence and rarely came in contact with others. Over time, many disciples of the Azure Cloud sect did not put Lin Ling in their eyes. They thought that Lin Ling was hired by the sect to do odd jobs. Regarding this, Lin Ling was happy. After all, he could cultivate more peacefully. The only person who often came to look for Lin Ling was Wan Er. She was a kind-hearted girl. She had a lot to talk about with Lin Ling. Most importantly, Lin Ling's knowledge always made Wan Er's eyes light up. A casual sentence from him could easily solve Wan Er's cultivation bottleneck. Little Flame, after you're done playing, come back at noon. On the peak of the Azure Cloud sect, Lin Ling looked at Little Flame, who was about to leave, and said, "Gigi." Little Flame waved his hand and left. Lin Ling shook his head. There were still 2 months before the 7 Profound Genius ranking competition. Therefore, he would rush back at that time. With his current cultivation speed, it seemed that it would not be difficult for him to recover his full strength. Lin Ling casually picked up a branch and stood quietly. He was practicing his sword. After cultivating his physical body and reaching the peak of the martial spirit realm, his body's strength had greatly increased. His foundation had become more solid, which was of great help to his sword Dao. The wind gently blew past. An indescribable feeling was emitted from Lin Ling's body. At this moment, he was not the trash in the eyes of the Azure Cloud sect's disciples. Instead, he was showing off his ability and was even filled with killing intent. This was the sword of killing. It was transmitted to Lin Ling by the ancient flame devil's killing intent. Swoosh! With a slash of the sword, the wind stopped flowing. If there was an expert here, they would definitely notice that the wind had been cut off. This was a terrifying realm. After all, wind was invisible and colorless, making it difficult to capture. To be able to cut it off with a branch, this meant that his attainment in Sword Dao was extremely terrifying. Lin Ling, every time you practice your sword, you give me a strange feeling. It seems that this kind of temperament has only appeared on my master. In the distant mountain path, a clear voice rang out. It was Wan Er. Lin Ling kept his sword and stood. He was not surprised by Wan Er's appearance. She had seen him practice his sword many times. It was just that his realm was too deep and Wan Er could not understand it. He's also practicing his sword? He's just grabbing a broken branch and putting on an act. What a piece of trash. He's been in the Azure Cloud sect for a month and still hasn't reached the first stage of body transformation. At this moment, another voice sounded out. Several youths followed behind Wan Er, striding over. Lin Ling, if you kneel down and kowtow 3 times as your senior brother, I might give you some pointers. A youth in luxurious brocade robes walked the fastest. He proudly appeared in front of Lin Ling. The corners of his mouth curled up in a proud smile. Lin Ling was very low-key. In the Azure Cloud sect, he was a servant and a piece of trash. They usually disdained to pay attention to him, but what they were jealous of was that Wan Er often came to find Lin Ling. This made them very angry. Lin Ling looked at the youths and shook his head. He did not say anything. Their strength was too weak. He did not even have the thought of teaching them a lesson. Wanna look? This is the mysterious Lin Ling that you spoke of. But from what I see, he's just a piece of trash. Lin Ling, why aren't you kneeling down and kowtowing? Lin Ling's disregard made the youths even angrier. One of them walked out in large strides. Lin Ling, do you need your senior brother to give you pointers? Lin Ling sighed. He knew that sometimes you disdain to pay attention to a fly, but if you don't get rid of it, the fly will continue to entangle you. So he lightly said, how do you want to give me pointers? How about this, let's have 3 moves. If you can block it, then you win. If you can't, then kowtow 3 times. The youth joked. The others also took joy in Lin Ling's misfortune and laughed. Lu Qing, you've gone too far. Lin Ling just arrived at the Azure Cloud sect. How can he be your opponent? Wan Er couldn't stand it anymore and reprimanded. Then he admits that he's weak? Since he's a piece of trash, why is he using a branch to put on an act? Wan Er, you're too gullible. The youth called Lu Qing said. This made Wan open her mouth. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't say anything. Wan on the path of martial arts. Realms don't represent everything. Sometimes technique is the key to victory. At this moment Lin Ling's calm voice came out, making Wan beautiful eyes light up. That's all for today's update. I'm really tired, but even though I'm tired I still have to ask for the monthly votes. I realized that after 2 days of outburst, my monthly votes didn't increase at all. I can't even outburst anymore. Chapter 776. Bitter training. She realized that every time Lin Ling spoke, there was a hint of philosophy. That kind of feeling. Lin Ling was like a grandmaster, deliberately mystifying. Lu Qing's pupils constricted. He did not like Lin Ling's tone. Technique is the key to victory. Then I'll ask for some advice. Ferocious tiger fist. His fist was like a ferocious tiger. It was said that this martial art was comprehended by an elder of the Azure Cloud sect by observing a ferocious tiger. It could increase one's strength by 3 times, reaching 20,000 jin. Senior Lu, teach him a lesson. The other disciples sneered. They had long found Lin Ling an eyesore. Now they were looking forward to seeing Lin Ling being knocked to the ground with a single punch. Lin Ling, be careful. Wan anxiously shouted. Tiger's form, no tiger's intent. Lin Ling, however, shook his head. The branch in his hand turned into a strange trajectory. Without a sound, it passed by the fist and gently hit Lu Qing's arm like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. The seemingly ordinary branch hit instantly disintegrated the fist and dislocated Lu Qing's arm. What? At the same time, a distant elder looked at the branch in Lin Ling's hand in shock. His body trembled. This elder was the current head of the Azure Cloud sect. He was also the elder who brought Lin Ling back. As for Lin Ling, he had never taken him seriously. He thought that the youth would be mediocre in his life. However, when he passed by, he saw such a strange scene. It was a move without any spiritual energy or strength, but it broke Lu Qing's powerful martial arts like an antelope hanging its horn. Was this Lin Ling just lucky? Or had his swordsmanship reached the point of perfection? Moreover, that was not a sword. It was just a normal branch. Was this the level of difficulty that Master had mentioned before, surpassing a sword without a sword? However, how could such a strange thing happen to a youth? Ah, my hand! Lu Qing was rolling on the ground in pain. His hand was dislocated, while the others were staring with their eyes wide open. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Lin Ling, a person without any cultivation, defeated senior brother Lu in one move. Was he still the trash of the Blue Cloud sect? I like peace and quiet, so get out of my sight now. If you come here and cause trouble again, I won't just break an arm. Lin Ling looked at Lu Qing and said indifferently. At the same time, he put away the branch and slowly walked towards the wooden house. Teach him a lesson? What are you waiting for? On the ground, Lu Qing let out an angry roar. He wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, but in the end he was taught a lesson by Lin Ling. How could he stay in the Azure Cloud sect in the future? The faces of the several disciples beside him became surging with killing intent as they rushed towards Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and slowly turned around to look at them. His eyes instantly turned icy cold. This was an extremely terrifying killing intent. Plop! The legs of those disciples went soft and they sat down on the ground. Their faces were deathly pale. Lin Ling's eyes were so terrifying. When they met Lin Ling's eyes, they found themselves in the death prison. Blood flowed like a river and corpses were everywhere. A slender figure holding a sword walked out from the mountain of corpses. That feeling was as if they would be killed by that figure in the next moment. Let's go. Those disciples quickly got up and crazily rushed down the mountain. They didn't even dare to pay attention to Lu Qing. Lu Qing naturally didn't dare to stay and also fled. He couldn't understand why he was afraid of Lin Ling when he had no cultivation. This kid is so mysterious. He actually released an aura that made me feel incomparable fear. Far away, the old man's face was incomparably dignified. This was the first time he discovered this low-key youth. He couldn't see through him. Just when he thought that Lin Ling was a peerless expert, he discovered that Lin Ling had no cultivation. This feeling of being neither high nor low made his mind fuzzy. The days slowly passed. Lin Ling lived in seclusion every day and constantly improved his strength. He'd also cultivated the ox demon body fortification method to the peak. He could transform into an ox demon with boundless strength. His strength could reach millions of kilograms, incomparably terrifying. The Water Moon Holy Land's cultivation method was different. It focused on constantly challenging the limits of the human body. This made Lin Ling realize that in addition to the 5 viscera, 6 bowels and meridians, every cell in the body was even more tyrannical. When the cells also contained vigorous spirit energy, the strength of a martial artist would greatly increase. The rainforest sacred land was different. It had always strengthened the Dantian's Tao platform. And now, Lin Ling's cultivation had already recovered to the peak of the earth spirit realm. A spirit chi seed had appeared in his Dantian. This was all thanks to the many treasures in his green ring. The young spirit fruit was the most helpful. It provided the essence of life and allowed Lin Ling's body to continuously strengthen. In addition, Lin Ling could break through to the earth spirit realm at any time, but he didn't choose to do so because his body hadn't reached the required level. If his cultivation level increased but his body didn't reach the required level, then it would be even more difficult to cultivate in the future. Therefore, Lin Ling decided to leave the Azure Sky sect. After all, the martial arts methods here were no longer suitable for him. The ancient flame demon had already entered a deep slumber in his Dantian. When he thought of this, Lin Ling's heart grew cold. When he'd summoned the ancient flame demon again, he'd almost been swallowed by the killing intent and turned into a mindless ancient flame demon. He even knew that if it hadn't been for the ancient flame demon's soul forcefully protecting him, Lin Ling might really have died. The ancient flame demon's body and soul seemed to be separate. One was for slaughter and annihilation, while the other had the intelligence of a human. The mysterious formation in the old tomb was to destroy the ancient flame demon's soul and turn it into a wild beast that only knew how to kill. Then it would be controlled by others. Now that the ancient flame demon had entered a deep slumber again, this meant that its body could awaken at any time and slaughter the world. I wonder what happened to the soul. Lin Ling was secretly worried. Only the ancient flame demon's soul could intimidate the body. Unfortunately, the soul seemed to have entered a deep slumber. It was severely injured this time, unless he could find a spiritual herb that could recover the soul. In conclusion, with the help of the ancient flame demon's soul, Lin Ling had luckily survived this ordeal. As for the ancient flame demon's body, he didn't dare to summon it again. This was because if he did, no one would be able to save Lin Ling. The only outcome would be death. This also meant that although Lin Ling had the powerful ancient flame demon's body, he couldn't use it in the short term. In fact, the body was a ticking time bomb. The murderous aura has always been hidden in my body. Although it has calmed down, it could erupt at any time. I have to be careful. The previous summoning had paid a terrible price. The surging murderous aura shrouded Lin Ling's body. If it were to erupt, Lin Ling would lose consciousness again and only think of annihilating the world. Moreover, during this period, Lin Ling had also sensed the murderous aura. However, it was suppressed by Lin Ling's strong willpower. This murderous aura was also something that Lin Ling had to deal with. Chirp chirp. Outside the house, Little Flame came back with 2 juicy red fruits in its little paws as it smiled proudly at Lin Ling. Little Flame, where did you go to steal fruits again? Lin Ling smiled helplessly. After taking one of the fruits, Lin Ling ate it and said, "After eating, spar with me." Chirp chirp. Little Flame nodded and hugged the apple to eat. It was extremely cute. During this period, Lin Ling had constantly sparred with Little Flame. Little Flame's strength was very strange. Sometimes he couldn't see through it. That powerful body seemed to have no limit. This made Lin Ling feel that even if he was at his peak, he might not be a match for Little Flame. Oh. Chapter 777. Azure Cloud Sect Gathering Rumble. Not long after, in a hidden valley far away from the Azure Cloud Sect, a terrifying battle erupted. Little Flame had transformed into a 5-meter-tall giant red-haired ape. Every move of his was earth-shattering and his strength was incomparably great. On the other hand, Lin Ling used his physical body to resist. He also unleashed the bull demon body strengthening art. Lin Ling's aim in this spar was to find out how much his physical body had improved. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't use any of his martial intent. Bang! Bang! In the valley, the pure strength of a man and an ape collided, causing the ground to crack. At this moment, no one from the Azure Cloud sect was here. Otherwise, it would be shocking. After all, Lin Ling's strength had already surpassed all the geniuses in the nearby area. He was almost comparable to the elders of the sect. Time was like sand in one's hand. If one wanted to hold it tight, it would often slip away from one's hand. Unknowingly, Lin Ling was already 19 years old. Currently, he had completely washed away his immature face. Under his handsome facial features, there was an indescribable calmness. Deep in his eyes there was a flicker of sharpness. That kind of depth didn't seem to exist in a 19-year-old youth. Lin Ling, the sect bell has rung. All the disciples have gathered. On this day, Wan came to Lin Ling's residence and spoke. Lin Ling's eyes flickered and nodded. In reality, he had already planned to leave to find a more profound physical body cultivation method. In the Azure Cloud sect, he couldn't let go of Wan. Therefore, before he left, he planned to leave a large amount of elixirs for Wan. At least Wan could become a top genius in the nearby area. Following Wan to the Azure Cloud sect's plaza, a large number of youths were still practicing martial arts, displaying powerful martial arts. After hearing the envious voices of their peers, all of them proudly puffed out their chests. So powerful! Wan stared at the plaza without blinking. Those senior brothers had practiced the sect's martial arts to perfection. On the path of martial arts, the physical body is the key. However, the martial intent is also the foundation. Lin Ling indifferently said. With his insight, he naturally didn't place these martial arts in his eyes. Although these martial arts were strong, they were only used to display one's strength. They couldn't be compared to the rainforest Holy Land, where one cultivated the true meaning of martial arts. True martial intent? What is that? Wan was curious. She always felt that Lin Ling was more powerful than her teacher. It's a kind of ethereal concept. You can borrow the power of heaven and earth to support yourself. There's the true meaning of fire, the true meaning of water, the true meaning of sword, and so on. If one day you feel that your body has reached its limit, then you can try to comprehend the true meaning of martial arts and develop in this direction. Lin Ling indifferently said, giving Wan pointers on the martial Tao of the rainforest's sacred land. What he didn't know was that just an ordinary sentence would cause a peak Valkyrie to appear in the Water Moon Holy Land in the future. She was a formidable genius that dual cultivated both the mortal body and martial intent. Alright, I got it. Wan nodded. Lin Ling gently flicked her forehead. To Wan, he treated her like a little sister. In addition to giving her a large number of dawn, Lin Ling also recorded his martial arts experience in a bamboo slip, preparing to give it to Wan. You're deceiving junior sister Wan again. Lin Ling, you've been in the Blue Cloud sect for almost 2 months. You haven't made any progress in your cultivation, but why do you keep deceiving junior sister Wan? At this time, a sharp voice came from behind. A tall woman walked over, looking at Lin Ling with disdain. She was the daughter of the Blue Cloud sect's great elder. She had an illustrious reputation in the Blue Cloud sect. She was also one of the top geniuses of the Blue Cloud sect. Her name was Kai Xianling. Senior sister, Lin Ling didn't deceive me. Wan anxiously argued, but Kai Xianling reprimanded her with a glare. The kind Wan didn't say anything else, but she still believed in Lin Ling in her heart. Lin Ling, you should properly cultivate in the Blue Cloud sect. Why do you keep putting on an act in front of Wan? Let me tell you, if you continue like this, the Blue Cloud sect won't let you stay. Kai Xianling looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say anything. He was too lazy to say anything. The Blue Cloud sect won't let him stay? He had already planned to leave. As for putting on an act, to put it bluntly, in terms of martial arts experience and foundation, even the current Blue Cloud sect's sect master would concede defeat in front of him. After all, the Blue Cloud sect's sect master was only at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit realm. Lin Ling was also at this realm in the past, but he was a heaven's chosen. Defeating the Blue Cloud sect's sect master would be easy. The sect master is here. At this moment, someone shouted in a low voice, silencing the entire square. The blue cloud sect master and various elders appeared. Their eyes swept across the crowd. The reason why we have gathered all of you here today is because of a grand martial arts event. Currently, there are heavens chosen from the sacred ground who are here to provide guidance. They are at the sacred moon mountain, so all the sects nearby are planning to attend. Our blue cloud sect is the same. Heavens chosen from the sacred ground? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He guessed that it should be heavens chosen from the 7 great martial arts halls in the rainforest sacred ground. The martial arts there were even more powerful. He wondered if he could find a more profound physical body cultivation technique. The crowd was excited. Heavens chosen were like the children of God to them. They needed to look up to them. Moreover, they had never seen a heavens chosen in their lives. However, there are too many people going to the sacred moon mountain. So the blue cloud sect can't bring all of our disciples. We can only bring 30 at most. The sect master said again, then announced the names one by one. Among them were Wanner and Kai Xianling. They were all top geniuses of the blue cloud sect. However, when Lin Ling's name was announced, the square went silent for a moment. Then, a large number of dissatisfied voices could be heard. Lin Ling, that trash is going too? That's too lucky. Sect master, did you mispronounce his name? Lin Ling is not a genius. My strength has already reached the martial spirit realm. Lin Ling hasn't even reached the first realm of body tempering. He's also a newcomer. What qualifications does he have? Their voices were filled with disdain, like the waves of the sea. Sect master, Lin Ling shouldn't have the qualifications. He often puts on an act. Don't be fooled by him. As the eldest senior sister, Kai Xianling couldn't help but say, "This is my decision. Are you questioning me?" The sect master looked at Kai Xianling indifferently and said with a frown. He was the old man who saw Lin Ling's mysterious aura. The reason why he called for Lin Ling was because he felt that Lin Ling had an indescribable feeling. Great elder. Kai Xianling couldn't help but look at her father. The great elder frowned and wanted to say something. However, he remained silent. He also didn't understand why Lin Ling was qualified to go. In his heart, Lin Ling was just a servant and trash. However, this was a small matter. He didn't want to question the sect master because of this. Lin Ling, this is your opportunity. Don't embarrass the Blue Cloud sect on this trip. The great elder looked at Lin Ling and scolded angrily. However, Lin Ling's expression was calm. He didn't care at all. This trash is really lucky. Kai Xianling stared at Lin Ling with dissatisfaction. Her eyes were filled with disdain and pride. Chapter 778. Meeting a robber on the way. Early in the morning of the second day, the group set off. The sect leader and the elders went first while the disciples went in groups of 3 to 5. Lin Ling went with Wanner, but Kai Xianling didn't seem to trust Lin Ling, so she insisted on going with him. Lin Ling, although this trip isn't far, be careful. I'll leave Wanner to you. The sect leader took a deep look at Lin Ling then smiled. Lin Ling smiled back and nodded. Even if the sect leader didn't say anything, he would protect Wanner. A trash like him wants to protect Wanner? Sect leader, you think too much. At the side, Kai Xianling stared into the distance and mumbled to herself. This made the sect leader frown, but he didn't say anything. He just felt a little unhappy in his heart. This Kai Xianling was the daughter of the great elder, and in addition to her outstanding talent, she didn't seem to put anyone of the same age in her eyes. She was too arrogant and only respected powerful geniuses. If they weren't as strong as her, they were all servants. Lin Ling looked at Kai Xianling calmly. He was in charge of protecting Wanner, and Kai Xianling wasn't under his protection. As for Kai Xianling's arrogance, Lin Ling just didn't like it, but he didn't care. Maybe Kai Xianling thought that Lin Ling was trash, so she didn't care about Lin Ling. But Lin Ling didn't need to explain anything in front of Kai Xianling. The three of them rode on their horses and slowly went towards Moon Saint. It would take them at least 3 days. On the horse, Lin Ling looked into the distance. His mind was very clear. He had been cultivating since he came to Watermoon Holy Land, and this was the first time he went out. The Watermoon Holy Land was slightly different, but Lin Ling couldn't tell what the difference was. Lin Ling, What do you think is different about the warriors outside? As they walked, Wanner asked Lin Ling questions from time to time. She liked talking to Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling seemed to have a lot of knowledge. Lin Ling smiled and slowly began to talk about some of his experiences, deliberately mystifying things. Have you ever seen a powerful martial artist who can split mountains and seas? He's just a frog at the bottom of a well, Kai Xianling said coldly from time to time. After all, Lin Ling was talking about the battles between the strong, such as the mysteries of the ancient tomb. However, Kai Xianling didn't believe in this at all. With Lin Ling's strength, would he have the chance to encounter such things? Lin Ling glanced at her indifferently, not even bothering to pay attention to her. A day later, the three of them crossed mountains and rivers. Before long, they arrived at a dense forest. Up ahead there was a huge battle going on. Dozens of people were fighting, and from the looks of it, they seemed to be ordinary civilians who had encountered some bandits. How arrogant! I can't believe he's still doing such a crazy thing when he's so close to Lunar Saint Mountain. Kai Xianling frowned and said coldly. She was about to make a move. Wait, things aren't as simple as they seem. Lin Ling looked at the front indifferently and said softly. His words stunned Kai Xianling for a moment, and the ridicule in her eyes became more intense. People who practice martial arts should help when they see injustice. How can a coward like you talk about martial arts? Some things can't be judged based on the surface. You want to be glorious, but you have to see the situation clearly. Lin Ling frowned. If Wanner wasn't here, he wouldn't have bothered to say anything. Coward! Kai Xianling shouted and ignored Lin Ling. She spurred her horse and rushed forward. Senior sister, Wanner called out worriedly. She also looked at Lin Ling, not understanding why Lin Ling didn't help. However, Lin Ling shook his head. If he could help others with a little effort, Lin Ling wouldn't refuse. However, there were two groups of people fighting in front of them, and there were many things that weren't right. Lin Ling had to be cautious. First, the commoners were dressed strangely. Second, his soul strength had detected that there were many Earth Spirit Realm practitioners among the commoners, but they hadn't made a move yet. They were restraining themselves. Therefore, there must be something fishy going on. When a cultivator walks the world, sometimes impulsiveness will bring a heavy price, and so will showing off. Lin Ling said faintly. Wanner nodded. Compared to her senior sister, she trusted Lin Ling's experience more. Bandit, give me your life. Kai Xianling of the Azure Cloud sect is here. At this moment, Kai Xianling was riding a fine horse, looking valiant. She had the aura of a heroine, and she was also a bit excited. She could easily dominate everything with her powerful martial strength, and then receive everyone's admiration and praise. At some point, she had even imagined how dazzling she would be. After the battle, the commoners would surround her and admire her as if she was the pride of the heavens. After a moment, she charged into the crowd and pounced directly at the bandits. A few of the bandits' eyes revealed a cold light as they were incomparably surprised. They'd seen 3 people pass by earlier, and had guessed that they were sect disciples. One had to know that sect disciples were always wealthy, with all sorts of pills and spirit herbs, as well as martial arts and methods. Therefore, they'd always been the targets of their pillaging. However, sect disciples were all very strong, so they had to set up traps every time they pillaged. At this moment, both sides seemed to be fighting each other, but in reality, the commoners were their people as well. So long as those arrogant genius disciples had the intention of showing off and came to help, then both sides would be able to besiege those genius disciples. This kind of trap had been effective time and time again, and it was the same now. However, they'd seen 3 genius disciples appear, but only one of them had pounced over. First Master, what do we do? One of them called out lowly. Move! The First Master could only wave his hand. There'd been a change in the plan, but that was all they could do. Little girl, you've been fooled. Today, we'll take you back to Shan Fortress and let you have a taste of being ridden by 10,000 people. Everyone revealed a greedy look, including those martial artists who'd shouted for help earlier. What? Kai Xianling's beautiful eyes narrowed. She was surrounded by everyone, and those people's gazes were not good. It was as if they could see through her clothes, which made her feel very uncomfortable. She realized that she'd been fooled. Lin Ling was right. Some things weren't as simple as they seemed. Those commoners were actually bandits in disguise. Catch her! The bandits around her shouted, which made Kai Xianling a little flustered. At this moment, she suddenly blamed Linling. Linling seemed to have noticed something, but why didn't he stop her? She was resentful, but she didn't expect that Linling hadn't warned her. However, Linling's warning had been met with disdain from her. Moreover, she might not have listened to him. Linling, it's just as you've guessed. Those bandits aren't as simple as they seem. On the other side, Wan was still riding on her horse. She looked at the scene in front of her and said worriedly. Linling's expression was still calm. He wasn't too surprised. When he saw Kai Xianling being surrounded, he frowned slightly. With Wan around, even if he didn't like Kai Xianling, he would still save Kai Xianling for Wan sake. Qingyun Sect's disciple, with me here. No one can touch you. At this moment, a whistling sound was heard. It was like the cry of an eagle, and it caused the clouds to surge. A figure stepped on the air. His white clothes were like the white clouds in the sky. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked handsome and mighty. A sword pierced through the air. Chapter 779. The genius by Yunfei so powerful. The bandits' pupils shrank. They were most afraid of encountering a genius disciple from a school. It was extremely easy for him to fight someone of a higher level. Who is it? Kai Xuanling's beautiful eyes were also looking forward. Suddenly, a look of excitement appeared in her eyes. In her eyes, the young man who was like a proud son of heaven slaughtered everything and saved her from her nightmare. He was a real young hero, the idol of her dreams. His handsome appearance, his elegant white robes, and his powerful strength, all of these made her heart pound with eagerness. The young man's strength was extremely strong. He was at the early stage of the earth spirit realm. His sword was unpredictable and had the power to split a mountain. With a swing of his sword, heads fell off. The bandits died one by one, leaving only Kai Xianling in front of the forest. At this moment, her heart was trembling. It was as if she and the young man were the only ones left in this world. A swordsman. This was the warrior she admired. It was said that a swordsman was the most ethereal and elegant. Wherever his sword passed, heaven and earth would shake. Thank you, Kai Xianling said somewhat nervously. No need. We are all disciples of a school. When we go out, of course we will help each other. The young man calmly withdrew his sword. At the same time, a large number of people also arrived. They were all disciples of a school. At this moment, they looked at the white-clothed young man and said, Senior Bai Yunfei's sword is still sharp. Aren't you a disciple of the Blue Cloud School? We are disciples of the Reliance School. A young man said with a smile. The Reliance School, the Sunset School, and the Blue Cloud School were the most famous martial arts schools in this area. Bai Yunfei, you are the #1 genius? Kai Xianling stared at the white-clothed young man. Her heart was beating faster. The #1 genius of the Reliance School, Bai Yunfei. She didn't expect that it would be this proud young man who saved her today. She became even more nervous. Bai Yunfei was handsome and elegant. He was also a swordsman. He was the object of admiration of the girls of the 3 schools. Haha, it's just a false reputation. Junior sister, you are going to the Moon Saint Mountain, right? Let's go together. If something like before happens again, I can take care of you. Bai Yunfei said with a smile. Okay. Kai Xianling nodded immediately. She felt extremely lucky to be able to travel together with Bai Yunfei. Then she pointed to the distance. There's a junior from the Azure Cloud School over there. By now, Linling and Wan had arrived on horseback. Wan appearance was sweet, and her figure was filled with the charm of a woman. The eyes of the Reliance School lit up, but they hid it well. Bai Yunfei gave Wan a few more glances. Compared to Kai Xianling, Wan was clearly more feminine. Earlier you seemed to be watching with folded arms. As a man, shouldn't a man lend a helping hand when a fellow student is in trouble? Bai Yunfei looked at Linling again and said softly. Linling chuckled. He didn't even bother to look at Bai Yunfei. He's cowardly and incompetent. He was already scared out of his wits when we fought the bandits. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been besieged. Kai Xianling was explaining her previous situation. She did not want Bai Yunfei to think that she was incompetent. Earlier, I seem to have warned you not to be careless, Lin Ling said with a frown. Kai Xuanling's expression froze. Lin Ling had indeed warned her. But at that time she wanted to shine brightly, so she ignored Lin Ling's words. Now that Lin Ling had said this, she felt somewhat embarrassed. You warned me because you were afraid. Compared to senior brother Bai Yifei, you're like an ant under the ground. Kai Xianling reprimanded. She could not bear to lose face. Although she knew that she was wrong, she could not swallow the anger in her heart that was being reprimanded by someone who was inferior to her. Lin Ling was very weak. From the beginning she had looked down on him. So no matter what Lin Ling did, she would not change her position in her heart. Senior sister Yu. Wan could not help feeling wronged for Lin Ling. Lin Ling had warned Kai Xianling, but she did not listen. Afterwards she pushed the blame to Lin Ling. Her senior sister was too unruly. Okay, let's go. Lin Ling did not care at all. His goal was to send Wan to Lunar Saint Mountain. Everyone else was like air. Let's go together. If something happens, you won't be able to protect them. Bai Yunfei said indifferently. His expression was somewhat arrogant and overbearing. Do as you wish. Lin Ling didn't even bother to look at Bai Yunfei. Lin Ling didn't have a good impression of Bai Yunfei. Bai Yunfei was a very proud and arrogant person. In order to show off in front of others, Bai Yunfei used words to suppress Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling wouldn't even bother to pay attention to an ant like that. Senior brother, this brat is ignoring you. The several disciples of the Reliance School looked at Lin Ling's back with ugly expressions. Just a mediocre person. Don't mind him. Bai Yunfei shook his head. He looked at Kai Xianling with a faint smile. This girl was barely passable. On the way to Lunar Saint Mountain, at least he would not be so bored. But compared to the girl called Wan, Kai Xianling was still lacking in flavor. But whether that was the case or not, he would know after tasting her. Wan and Kai Xianling were toys for Bai Yunfei to pass the time on the way to Lunar Saint Mountain. If he made a move, these two girls would not be able to escape from the palm of his hand. The other disciples of the Reliance School smiled faintly. They knew that senior Bai Yunfei was a playboy. How could he be interested in a mere Kai Xianling? Kai Xianling did not know so much. She looked at Bai Yunfei with admiration. Senior Bai Yunfei, we've made a fool of ourselves. That is a piece of trash from our school. He doesn't even know etiquette. He doesn't even have the qualifications to speak to senior Bai Yunfei. Then, one after another, the group continued to move forward. It looked like they were moving together, but in reality they were divided into two groups. Lin Ling and Wan were in front, and Bai Yunfei was behind them. As time went on, Bai Yunfei and Kai Xuanling's relationship seemed to be getting better and better. Wan senior Bai Yunfei is a swordsman, and the #1 genius of the 3 schools. Why don't you talk to him? A young man on a horse came up to her. No need. I'll be with Lin Ling. Wan smiled and refused. The young man was a little embarrassed. In the end, he left in embarrassment. He was surprised that there was a girl in the 3 schools who did not like Bai Yunfei, but liked to be with a piece of trash? This was too strange. Lin Ling drank lightly. He did not pay attention to the people behind him. After a while he smiled. Wan Bai Yunfei is a swordsman. You like swordsmen the most. Why don't you get closer to him? I don't know. I always feel that he is a little hypocritical. Although his smile is very beautiful, it seems that he has a purpose. Wan shook her head. Lin Ling was a little relieved. Although Wan was kind, she was not stupid. At least, she was smarter than Kai Xianling. A long road tests a horse's strength, and a long time reveals a person's heart. Some people are not as simple as they seem. Wan's eyes flashed. Lin Ling's words were philosophical, which made her heart light up. Some things were not as simple as they seemed, just like the bandit incident. Some people were not as simple as they seemed. Was it like Bai Yunfei? Bai Yunfei, the #1 genius of the 3 schools, the most admired person of all the girls. Was he not as gentle and elegant as he seemed? Chapter 780. Acting on occasion. Lin Ling, I got it. Wan looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Her words carried a deeper meaning, which made Lin Ling stunned for a moment. This little girl seemed to be even more intelligent than he thought. Lin Ling couldn't help but think of the second dream. The second dream was also very intelligent and very shrewd. However, compared to Wanner had a more kind and pure feeling. The second dream was very sinister and ambitious. It was as mysterious as the night. The pitiful one was his big brother. Because he was enchanted by the second dream's beauty, he ended up in a terrible state. In the past, Lin Ling wanted to remind Di Shirtian, but at that time, Di Shirtian didn't listen at all. Lin Ling wondered how he was doing now. When I return to the sacred land of the rainforest, the second dream, your nightmare, will begin. Lin Ling said to himself coldly in his heart. This hatred, he would definitely take revenge. Along the way, they finally arrived at the area of the sacred moon mountain. Everyone found an inn to stay in. At night, the bright moon was like water, illuminating the earth with a pure white color. A beautiful figure walked out of the room. Looking at the full moon in the sky, the corners of her mouth revealed a happy smile. She was Kai Xianling. During this period of time, she and Bai Yunfei were getting closer and closer. Bai Yunfei also liked her very much. On the surface, he adored her very much. This made her feel that she was the happiest woman in the world. After all, Bai Yunfei was the object of admiration of all the young girls in the 3 major schools. However, today she got him. She would make all the girls envy her. Are you going to Bai Yunfei's place? However, after taking a few steps, a soft voice rang out. Kai Xianling frowned. Under the moonlight, she saw a slender figure sitting in the garden, drinking wine indifferently. It was Lin Ling. What does it have to do with you? Kai Xianling said coldly. Did Bai Yunfei say that you will be the only woman in his life? So he asked you to accompany him tonight. Lin Ling's indifferent voice rang out. So what? Bai Yunfei said that I'll be his first woman. After we return to the 3 schools, he'll announce it publicly. Lin Ling, are you jealous? Unfortunately, you're no match for Bai Yunfei. Kai Xianling said proudly. Lin Ling shook his head. I just want to say that Bai Yunfei isn't who you think he is. Maybe everything he did was just a show. Shut up. Don't insult Bai Yunfei. Kai Xianling immediately raised her eyebrows, causing Lin Ling to smile faintly. For the sake of Wan Er's face, that's why I said it. If you don't like it, then pretend I didn't say anything. Also, don't look at this world with your eyes. What you see with your eyes may not be the truth. With that, Lin Ling slowly walked away. A piece of trash like you has the right to speak? Kai Xianling laughed disdainfully and walked towards Bai Yunfei. She believed in her own eyes. Under the bright moon, she walked towards Bai Yunfei with the excitement of a young girl. Step by step, she walked towards Bai Yunfei. In her mind, she was fantasizing that in the next moment, she would become the happiest woman in the world. I'm here. Bai Yunfei was already waiting in front of the door. His white robes fluttered in the wind, making him look even more dashing under the moonlight, causing Kai Xianling's heart to beat faster. Xiaoling, I love you. You're so beautiful today. Bai Yunfei's long hair was tied behind his head, looking handsome and confident. Step by step, he walked towards Kai Xianling. Holding her hand, he slowly walked into the room. Yunfei, I'm a little nervous. Kai Xianling was still more concerned about her reputation, so she was a little nervous. You still don't believe me? I'll make you the happiest woman in the world. Didn't that Lin Ling look down on you? I can teach him a lesson for you at any time. As long as it's your request, I'll do it. Bai Yunfei said with a pause between each word as if he was making an oath of love. In this trip to St. Moon Mountain, I'll also announce our relationship to the world. Yunfei, you're so good. Kai Xianling was moved. Bai Yunfei really did love her. Lin Ling had almost caused her to lose the best man in the world. This Lin Ling was so hateful. Next time, she'd let Lin Ling know how much Bai Yunfei loved her. The two entered the room and slowly closed the door. The lights were turned on, and the two figures hugged each other quietly. Gradually, the sound of clothes slipping off could be heard, and the soft voices of a man and a woman could be heard in the room. Far away, Lin Ling was already cultivating. To him, Kai Xianling was just a passerby. He only cared about Wanner. The night passed quietly. At dawn, everyone in the inn woke up. They packed their luggage and set off again. This place was already at the foot of St. Moon Mountain. Lin Ling walked out with his horse. Looking at the ancient mountain in front of him, his eyes were shining constantly. Last night, he had unknowingly broken through to the peak of the Earth Spirit Realm and recovered to the early stage of the Heaven Spirit Realm. He was only one realm away from the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Lin Ling was a little dissatisfied with such a fast recovery speed. After all, his physical body hadn't improved. Now that his realm had improved, it would be even harder to increase the strength of his physical body. Therefore, the need for a more advanced physical body cultivation technique was imminent. "What's the matter, Lin Ling?" Wan was next to him. She also walked over with her horse. Lin Ling shook his head with a smile. "It's nothing. Let's go up the mountain." Leading their horses forward, the two ignored the disciples of the Reliance School. At this time, a large number of people came out from the inn. It was the disciples of the Reliance School. At the head of the group was Bai Yunfei. At the moment he was in high spirits. It was no wonder that so many women admired him. "It's Bai Yunfei." There were already many disciples of the other schools in the inn. They were all going to St. Moon Mountain, and when they saw Bai Yunfei, many of them narrowed their eyes. As expected, the number one genius of the three schools, Bai Yunfei, was also coming to St. Moon Mountain. It seemed that the St. Moon Mountain was a gathering of geniuses. "Yunfei, wait for me." At this time, the voice of a young woman could be heard from the inn. Kai Xianling quickly ran up to Bai Yunfei. Feeling the gazes of everyone around her, she quietly wrapped her hand around Bai Yunfei's arm with a proud smile on her face. With so many people watching, Kai Xianling would let them know that she, Kai Xianling, had already obtained Bai Yunfei. She was the happiest woman in the world. Aside from looking at everyone else, her eyes were also looking at Lin Ling and Wan as if she was showing off. In the distance, Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't care at all. Wan's beautiful eyes narrowed. She was incomparably surprised. She then looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. "Your senior sister, in order to obtain the envy of the entire world, has sacrificed herself." Wan's body trembled. She understood what he meant, but she didn't think that her senior sister would give up her virginity for the sake of glory. "Unfortunately, the truth isn't as simple as it seems," Lin Ling said again. At this moment, the disciples of the three schools were all staring at Bai Yunfei in shock. They didn't think that the number one genius, the proud son of heaven Bai Yunfei, would have a partner. This would break the hearts of countless young women. "Let go! Let go!" At this time Bai Yunfei shouted. He didn't think that Kai Xianling would suddenly wrap her arms around his arm. "Yunfei, you!" Exclamation point. Kai Xianling was surprised. Bai Yunfei's attitude was different from last night. "Oh, Merry Christmas. Thank you for the gift. I love reading. Thank you, my dearest father." Chapter 781. One word. Get lost. Doing such a thing in front of so many people is a disgrace. "I absolutely cannot do it," Bai Yunfei said indifferently, causing Kai Xianling to unwillingly withdraw her hand. Bai Yunfei looked ahead and then slowly walked forward. As for the Reliance School behind him, they sneered. As expected of senior Bai Yunfei, a girl had given herself to him so quickly. Bai Yunfei was the number one prodigy. How could he be tied up by a girl? His next target should be Wan. Bai Yunfei was not only strong, but also dissolute. What he liked most was to conquer girls. As juniors, they already knew this. "Junior Wan, we're about to arrive at St. Moon Mountain. There will be prodigies coming. If you like prodigies, I can recommend you," Bai Yunfei said as he caught up to Wan. Wan was a girl with a unique taste. Her rejection made Bai Yunfei's heart itch. He had to conquer this girl no matter what. As for Kai Xianling, Bai Yunfei didn't feel anything after he conquered her. "Yunfei." Behind him, Kai Xianling's eyes narrowed. Bai Yunfei, who loved her the most, had not only rejected her today, but also took the initiative to talk to her junior. Suddenly, she remembered what Lin Ling had said last night. Could it be that all of this was just an act? Impossible, this was fake. She hurried over to him, causing Bai Yunfei to furrow his eyebrows. This woman was very annoying. "We've known each other for a while, but I don't like being tied down by others. I'm an eagle in the sky, so how can I be tied down by an ordinary woman? Xiaoling, you should look at yourself clearly. I'm not someone you can match. Tap tap tap. Kai Xuanling's face turned pale. She took 3 steps back in shock. Was everything last night a dream? She couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. She saw that Lin Ling's face was calm as if he had known everything. Lin Ling had seen through Bai Yunfei and reminded her. But she was still immersed in it. She felt that she was extremely stupid. For a moment, she couldn't say anything. All of this was very ironic. Today, she wanted to proudly tell Lin Ling that Lin Ling's words last night were laughable. She wanted to show off, but now she was the laughable one. Wan'er, my brother is one of the geniuses here today. If you're interested, I can introduce him to you. Bai Yunfei smiled. The crowd was shocked. Bai Yunfei's brother was a prodigy? Every single one of these geniuses came from the Water Moon Holy Land. Every single one of them was a child of God. They were the type of people that they would look up to in their entire lives. But to think that such a proud person would be Bai Yunfei's brother. The disciples of the Pan Mountain School smiled. Naturally, they knew of Bai Yunfei's background. Previously, Kai Xianling had wanted to pester Bai Yunfei, but now that Bai Yunfei had accompanied her for a night, it was already a reward for her. But now that Kai Xianling had been taken advantage of, would she dare to challenge Bai Yunfei even if she wanted to take back what she had? I wonder if Senior Bai Yunfei is tired of playing with her. I wonder if we can take advantage of that girl. A disciple looked at Kai Xianling greedily. Kai Xuanling's body trembled. She realized that everyone was looking at her with mocking eyes. She was a toad who wanted to eat swan meat. Wan'er, what do you think? Bai Yunfei ignored Kai Xianling and looked at Wan'er. Wan'er was different from Kai Xianling. She should be pursuing greater strength. Therefore, Bai Yunfei was confident that as long as he said that he was a prodigy, Wan'er would give him a chance. At that time, he would have a way to get Wan'er. Sorry, I'm not interested in being a prodigy. However, Wan'er's eyes turned cold. She already knew everything. Bai Yunfei had used his title as the #1 genius to toy with her senior. That was why Wan'er felt nothing but disgust towards him. If not for the fact that he was so strong and had such a powerful background, she would have definitely taken revenge for her senior. This man was very ugly. What? Bai Yunfei's eyes grew cold. He had already invited Wan'er twice in a row, but she had refused both times. This made him somewhat dissatisfied. After all, in the 3 schools, no one had ever refused him when he invited a girl to join him. Am I not clear enough? I'm not interested. Also, I feel disgusted when I see you. Wan'er said coldly. It seems that you don't know who you are. And you don't know who I am. Bai Yunfei's face became even colder. Even the sword at his waist made a sound like a dragon's roar, which made the hearts of the surrounding people tremble. The momentum of the #1 genius was so terrifying. Wan'er was not as strong as Bai Yunfei. She took a step back and frowned. I say, aren't you too thick-skinned? You're using force when you can't use soft methods? At this moment, a cold voice was heard. The eyes of the crowd narrowed. They looked over and found that it was the young man who came with Wan'er. That young man looked ordinary, so the crowd ignored him from the beginning. They even thought that he was Wan'er's servant. But now this young man dared to talk to Bai Yunfei. How dare he? Lin Ling. Wan'er took a step back again and stood behind Lin Ling. Although many people thought that Lin Ling was trash, they felt that standing behind Lin Ling gave them a sense of security. Are you talking to me? Bai Yunfei said word by word. Being rejected by Wan'er was one thing, but even a young man dared to talk to him. This made him slowly pull out his sword. Speak. I'll see what else you can say. Are you impulsive or reckless? Or do you want to apologize for what happened before? Speak. Let's see if I can take back my sword. Obviously, he thought that Lin Ling dared to talk to him before because he was impulsive. Now he wanted Lin Ling to calm down. Let's see if Lin Ling still dared to talk. Senior Bai Yunfei is angry. Many people said secretly, especially the disciples of the Reliance School. They smiled mockingly. It seemed that Lin Ling did not know that he was provoking the #1 genius of the 3 schools. Get lost. However, when everyone was thinking, a cold voice rang out again, making everyone stare. Senior Bai Yunfei gave Linling a chance to say one more word to see if Bai Yunfei would take back his sword or feel better. However, Linling only said one word. Get lost. How arrogant. Even Wan Er's beautiful eyes were wide open. Linling had always been low-key and silent, but this was the first time she saw Linling show a strong attitude. You're courting death. Bai Yunfei's sword flashed. It was like an eagle in the sky with the air of a king. That sword was extremely elegant. Bai Yunfei was not only the #1 genius of the 3 schools, but also an enviable swordsman. In the Watermoon Holy Land, because they did not practice martial arts, most of the warriors were good at fist techniques. Warriors who could use swords were very rare. Those who could use swords were even rarer. They were superior to others. And Bai Yunfei was a respected swordsman. Whoosh! A sword slashed. The sword light was like snow, making the eyes of the crowd dreamy. What a gorgeous sword! Chapter 782. How ironic! That young man was too arrogant. Now he was going to pay a terrible price. The sword appeared in front of Linling in an instant as if it had pierced through the air. This made Wanner even more nervous. However, at this moment, Linling made a suction force with his right hand. An ordinary tree branch next to his feet flew into his hand, holding it in his hand as if he was holding a big sword. A powerful aura and power burst out. The tree branch swept out like a sword. Clang! Bai Yunfei's sword was cut open. The tree branch showed its sharpness and cut Bai Yunfei's neck again. This made Bai Yunfei stop in his tracks. His eyes were wide open as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in his life. The moment you drew your sword, your time of death has come, Linling said indifferently. He threw away the tree branch in his hand, took Wanner and led the horse forward slowly. Bai Yunfei was the #1 genius of the 3 schools, but he was only at the early stage of the Earth Spirit realm. To put it bluntly, Linling did not know how many opponents like him had been killed by him. He had just disdained to do it before. However, Bai Yunfei was too arrogant. How dare he try to kill Wanner? That Bai Yunfei was courting death. He was not qualified to play with a sword in front of Linling. Chi! Under everyone's shocked eyes, blood spurted out from Bai Yunfei's neck. His eyes were wide open. Then he fell down on his back. He had never thought that the #1 genius of the 3 schools, who had a bright future and was looked up to by countless people of the same age, would die here today. This was all like a dream. Pa! At the same time, Bai Yunfei's cloud rune sword shattered like glass. The sword shattered. Silence. There was a deathly silence in front of the inn. The crowd opened their eyes wide and looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. The #1 genius of the 3 schools had been killed in one move. The title of #1 genius had become a joke. Moreover, Bai Yunfei used a sword. But that unknown young man had used a tree branch instead of a sword. Not only had he killed Bai Yunfei, he had also used the tree branch to break Bai Yunfei's sword. #1 swordsman? This was all very ironic. Swordsman, he is actually a swordsman. Kai Xuanling's delicate body trembled. She had always admired Bai Yunfei, and thought he was the #1 swordsman, the most dazzling genius. But now it was clear what a sword was. Linling's sword was the most terrifying. The funny thing was, such a powerful genius had been hiding by her side, but she had unexpectedly not known. Instead, she had looked up at Bai Yunfei. Suddenly, she recalled everything that had happened after she left the Azure Cloud School. The bandit's trap, Bai Yunfei's playfulness, and now the killing with one sword strike. Only then did she realize that she had always misjudged Linling. Linling was even more terrifying than she had imagined. We're screwed. That young man killed Bai Yunfei. If Bai Yunfei's brother finds out, he'll definitely be furious. Maybe even our 3 schools will be implicated. The disciples of the Pan Mountain sect started to panic. The crowd's pupils constricted. That disciple of the Qing Yun sect had offended a heaven's chosen. On the road to Mount St. Moon, Linling and Wanner continued on their way. To him, everyone else was just a passerby, and Wanner was the most important. As for Bai Yunfei, it didn't matter who he was. If he dared to make a move on Wanner, then he would die. Wanner was also Linling's benefactor, so Linling wouldn't let anything happen to her. Linling, your strength. Wanner was shocked. Looking at the young man leading the way, She felt like she was in a dream. The young man's appearance was unremarkable. He wore a long robe, his steps were steady, and his back was slender. But at this moment, she realized that this young man was like a hidden genius. That dazzling light had always been hidden in his body. Haha. I'm even stronger than Bai Yunfei. Lin Ling turned his head back and laughed. There was no pride in his expression. Killing Bai Yunfei was a normal thing to him. You're so strong. Wan Er's heart was beating violently. Looking at Lin Ling, her eyes were full of vigor and even a little girl's shyness. At the peak of Mount St. Moon, there was a surging crowd. Aside from the top geniuses of the three schools, all the strong cultivators from thousands of miles away had arrived. They were all very excited. After all, they were about to see a legendary Heaven's Chosen. And if they were lucky, they would be able to receive guidance from a Heaven's Chosen. Even their headmaster would benefit greatly. They'd heard that there were two geniuses here today, a man and a woman. According to their sources, the woman was more dazzling and powerful than the man. She was even more powerful than the man. Of course, no matter who they were, as long as they were a Heaven's Chosen, they would be above them. Lin Ling, Wan Er, you're here. Everyone from the Azure Cloud School had gathered. Seeing Lin Ling and Wan Er arrive, the headmaster couldn't help but feel relieved. Then the headmaster told them that when the Heaven's Chosen appeared, they must not be negligent. They must be respectful and not offend the Heaven's Chosen. Wan Er and all the other disciples were in awe of the Heaven's Chosen and immediately nodded. But Lin Ling didn't care at all. Heaven's Chosen? He also wanted to see how amazing the Heaven's Chosen of the Water Moon Holy Land were. More and more people came to the square. Everyone was looking forward to it and excited. At this moment, a cold voice rang out, shocking the entire square into silence. Senior Bai Yunfei has been killed by a disciple of the Azure Cloud School. What? Everyone's hearts trembled fiercely. Bai Yunfei, the number one genius of the three schools, had been killed by a disciple of the Azure Cloud School? Could it be that the disciple of the Azure Cloud School was the number one genius of the three schools? Not good. Bai Yunfei is the younger brother of the Heaven's Chosen who's coming today. He's dead. How can we explain this to the Heaven's Chosen? The pupils of the headmaster and elders of the Reliance School were all focused. Only they knew Bai Yunfei's true origins. In the Reliance School, Bai Yunfei's status was only second to the headmaster. All of the cultivation resources were provided to him in an endless stream. This was why Bai Yunfei was the number one genius. But now Bai Yunfei was dead. This had provoked the wrath of the heavens. Numerous gazes were directed towards the Azure Cloud sect, causing the expression of the Azure Cloud sect's sect leader to change drastically. They had caused a huge disaster. Who is it? An elder of the Reliance School shouted coldly. He strode over with a murderous look on his face. Today, all of you from the Azure Cloud School will die. Even if you hand over the murderer, you won't be able to quench the Heaven's Chosen's anger. He was furious because Bai Yunfei was dead. The Heaven's Chosen would definitely vent his anger on them. So he killed a disciple of the Azure Cloud School with one palm strike. The crowd was shocked. The Reliance School was arrogant. Elder Chan, you killed a disciple of our school without knowing right from wrong. Do you want to start a war between the two schools? The headmaster of the Azure Cloud School shouted angrily. The other side was too overbearing. In the past, the Azure Cloud School was ranked behind the three schools. But if they really fought, the Azure Cloud School didn't have to fear the Reliance School. So the Reliance School usually didn't dare to be so arrogant. But today, the other side didn't seem to fear anything. Can your Azure Cloud School afford the wrath of the Heaven's Chosen? You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.